The finals is here. Texas Legends versus DC Titans. Let's have a quick look at the toss as well as the pitch report before the big championship game. Here we go. Quick look at the pitch ahead of a big final here between the DC Titans and Texas Legends. Absolutely nothing wrong with this wicket. It is absolutely dry, it is hard, it is firm, just a slight covering of grass. But I would think that there's enough in there for the bowlers, both the pacers and the spinners. Conditions relatively equidistant all the way around, about 45 yards on either side, 48 yards straight. All in all, take the pitch, take the ground out of the equation. The better team of the day will win this. It's field number one, the DC Titans and Texas Legends. Captains Adi Rawat, Lassia Bandaru. Umpires for the day, McVin Frederick, Owen Brown, and the lady who makes all this go, Miss Mitali Chowdhury. The home team will be Texas Legends, home team. You will toss Lassia. Adi, you will call.
Tails, heads.
That was very It is a heads. Somehow that came down as heads. I don't know that the toss went up very high, but come on. Who won the toss? You're the one that won the toss. Stand to the side for a second. Tell me what you want to do and why.
I want to bat first because the pitch looks really nice. We had a really good day over there batting first, and I think that we should just continue the momentum into this game.
Speaking of a very good day, 183. You yourself scored 82, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me about your day with the bat and whether or not you can duplicate it here.
I'm going to try my best to duplicate it, but it was really nice. It was a little wet in the beginning, but sticking at the crease and just letting everything dry out, it was much easier to bat through the game.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Adia, your team relies on you with the bat. You're leading the tournament in aggregate runs scored, but now you're going to be asked to bowl first. What are your thoughts about bowling first?
Well, I think our team is really has really some strong bowlers, and I definitely think that we're going to put our best effort forward, and I think we really have a good shot at winning this.
183, are you going to hold them to less or more than that?
Much less.
Much less. In your mind, what do you want to chase to win the championship?
I think anything, actually with our batting order though, I think anything's possible to chase, and with the determination that these girls have put in throughout the tournament, I think we can truly win anything if we just put our best foot forward, but I'm hoping to limit them to less than 110 or less. Yeah. I'm very confident in our team. Yeah.
Confident? Your confidence shines through. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
It is the Texas Legends who won the toss, and they've decided to have a bat. There it is. Texas Legends winning the toss and will be batting. So, absolutely ready to get going here in the final, Texas Legends and the DC Titans. Texas Legends, DC Titans. Titans lost the toss. Texas Legends won. Lassia Bandaru off a fresh vein of form, Ritvika Kari. And here we go. First ball down the leg side, and it's going to be called a wide. Not surprising there, but I'll tell you, this is going to be a really, really interesting, exciting final. The Texas Legends have not yet lost. 5 games played, 5-1. This morning, they batted and scored all of 183 runs. And the captain herself, Lassia Bandaru, came in with 86 from 65, 11 fours. So she'll be looking to get her team off to a fast start here. This ball is paddled around the corner, runs here, and it will run away close to the boundary. Look at that diving effort on the rope. That is absolutely spectacular. Credit that fielder with 2 runs saved, because I will tell you, the ball was headed over the ropes. Look at this replay. Pulled into the leg side and coming from the right of your screen. Look at that effort. Spectacular. Absolutely brilliant. And again, 2 runs saved. Really good effort. And you'll see that type of effort here in the finals. Next delivery here goes past the outside edge of the bat. So Lassia Bandaru, again, the primary reason why her team got off to such a fast start this morning. put all of 86 runs on the board herself. And in the context of this match and the context of this tournament, it will be truly, truly exciting to see whether or not she can replicate that. Solid in defense here. Let's just go through the batting. As much as Lacia Bandaro scored this morning, high score of 86 on the tournament, but she only has an aggregate of 107 runs, which means in the other 3 games played, she's only scored 21 runs. The leading batter in the side is Arna Kalapala. This is played into the offside, no run there. Good comeback bowling here from Anita Mohan. So Arna Kalapala, 120 runs on the tournament, high score 47, average of 60, but look at that strike rate, 130. The batter at the non-strikers end, who has yet to face Rithvika Kari, is the second leading scorer. 109 is what she's aggregated for the tournament. Average of 36, strike rate of 118. And so very, very heavy batting lineup. And you would probably get that sense given that they scored 180 this morning. And once again, they have not yet lost a single match in this tournament so far. Obviously, having come this far, they would hate to have that loss be here in the finals. But DC Titans are not exactly a poor team either. We'll go through what they've done so far at the end of the over. Quick single here. Fires at the non-striker's end. Direct hit. But just made it home in time. Lacia Bandaro judging that run to perfection. Look at this replay. Played to mid-on. And she's running to the danger end. And this, ladies and gentlemen, young men, young women who are watching the game, that is how you do it. Slide that bat across the line. Umpire Owen Brown make that umpire McVin Frederick in exactly the right position to make that call. Off and running. 1 over in the books for without loss. Four overs, make that 4 runs after the first over. Anahita Mohan is the opening bowler. She bowled very well, actually. Save for that wide. And the second over here to be bowled by Akshara Patibandla. She herself now starts with a wide. So each of the opening bowlers has their first delivery of the innings be a wide. I don't know that any of these teams are feeling any sort of pressure, but it is a very high-profile tournament. It's a high-profile match. And so if there is any pressure, you would think it could potentially impact the bowling unit. By the way, that's shot off of the shin, it looks like, off the captain, Adia Rawat. Hope she's going to be fine. But after a certain point, even if you start out feeling pressure, adrenaline takes over, and then the task at hand becomes apparent, and you put all those nerves away, and you play the way that you need to play. Full toss down, or play down in the mid-wicket area, single down there. 2 players outside. And I will tell you, for the multiple times that you've seen full tosses in this tournament, bowlers are going to have to be very careful. Don't want to have any full tosses above waist height. Obviously, if you do that, that will be considered a no ball. And a no ball that results in a free hit would not be a good way to start out the tournament, or at least the final. Off the outside edge, squirted through, but there's coverage out there. So interesting looking field. 2 fielders allowed outside. Those 2 fielders are at deep point and deep square leg. So in other words, if you're looking at a clock, they're at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock. And so you're incentivizing a line that is outside the off stump and full for the fielder, at least for the player, the fielder on the offside. And then you're also protecting in the deep for the short ball on the body. So it's going to be interesting to see the lines that are being bowled by these opening bowlers. particularly Akshara Patibandla, who I referred to the other day as a right-handed Sohail Tanvir. A little awkward hitch in her delivery right there. It's very interesting delivery, but she is a good bowler, very much so. And in fact, we can go through her bowling figures because as it stands, she is the fourth leading bowler in the side. 84 runs conceded, 4 wickets taken, bowling during the power play overs in an economy rate of under 6, 5.73 to be specific. Now, that is the end of the over. Really good over to start with. Started out with a wide, but just a couple of singles beyond that. That is the end of over number 2, 7 without loss. Seven without loss, 2 overs in the books. Has to be said, even though Texas Legends are a really strong batting unit coming off of the back of 183 runs in this morning's game. Aside from a couple of loose deliveries, each of the first 2 balls, or each of the balls of the first 2 overs, I should say each of the first balls of the 2 overs bowled so far, those 2 went for wides, but everything else has just been singles, save for a double. So really good start here with the ball. Oh, that is off the outside edge of the bat. That will run away down the hill for 4. I don't know that Rithvika Kari meant it to go there, but no deep third in position. So once it got past the fielder at gully, it was always going to run away for 4. This is a moral victory. And I'll tell you what, had there been a slip fielder in position, that would have probably gone to her at waist height. So a moral victory there for the bowling side, but 4 more runs. The first boundary of the day. First boundary of the day to Rithvika Kari. Now 5 from 2. Short delivery, pulled away. Now that is more authoritative. She meant it to go there. A real drag down delivery from Anahita Mohan, and she's going to want to be much fuller than that. The first ball that she bowled in this over was full and found the outside edge. This, she pulled it down short, and it is pounced on by Rithvika Kari. So that goes for a boundary. Consecutive boundaries to start over number 3. And your options are now to bowl a fuller length and a line on off stump, because that short delivery, this batting unit will punish those. Much, much better delivery in terms of the length. The line is maybe just a little too straight, so it's played away into the leg side for a single. But to me, that length is what you need to be aiming at. So 3 deliveries into over number 3. It's starting out to be an expensive one. 9 runs from the over so far. And once again, you heard how at the toss, Captain Adiarawat wanted to hold the Texas Legends to a score of 110. I'll tell you what, that's a good piece of fielding, but not the best of deliveries. And she may consider herself lucky to only have gotten away with a single there. So if you're looking to hold the batting unit of the Texas Legends to 110, you're probably going to have to do a better job of building pressure. So this over already has conceded 10 runs. And they're scoring, as of right now, at the rate of 6.38 and over. Projected score there is 128. But you get the sense that they are such a good batting unit that even though the first 2 overs only went for 4 and 3 respectively, that they can certainly accelerate beyond that. And I talked about the fact that this morning you saw 86 from the bat of the captain, Lasya Bandaru, but she's the 3rd leading batter on the side. Rithvika Kari, number 2. Arna Kalapala, who is yet to come, is number 1. So plenty of batting resources. Oh, lovely looking shot there, but played directly to mid-on. They sneak a single to close things out in over number 2, make that over number 3. Second one bowled by Anahita Mohan. Look at this, proper cricket shot, straight bat. Absolutely brilliant. You love seeing that. I'll tell you what, that almost flicked the hand, but good work at the non-striker's end to remain in the crease. Interesting. It looked as though that was a chance, but didn't take the catch. Doesn't matter at this point. 12 runs coming from over number 3, 19 without loss. Three overs in the books. First ball of over number 4 goes by outside off stump. Akshar Patibandla. Take a look at this again. Outside edge. And then this. Very authoritative. So 2 fours in that last over. And I think that Rithvika Kari is putting her foot down. And that is cut away beautifully. That is such a good shot, but the protection is in that area. So it appears as though that is the plan, to get the batters playing on the offside. You set the field with the sweeper very, very square, almost like a deep backward point, and that cut shot goes directly to that fielder. In that context, this is a good field, assuming that you bowl those types of deliveries to that field. Similar direction. This is much finer, though, going towards the boundary, and it gets there. What an expert piece of batting that was. Rithvika Kari opening the face and just running that intentionally late. Look at this. That is lovely. Opening the face and getting it fine of the fielder at backward point. And the ball racing across the outfield for number 3. So the first 2 overs went for 7 runs combined, but since then the last 9 balls have yielded 17 runs, and they're looking now to accelerate. Overall scoring rate 6.86, and you know that this pair can do damage, and they'll be looking to do exactly that here. Very, very wide, and signaled as wide by umpire Owen Brown. By the way, the umpires for the final. Owen Brown, originally from Jamaica, lives right here in the Houston area, and McVin Frederick also lives here in the Houston area, originally from Dominica, and not the Dominican Republic. That is a personal pet peeve of mine that I have to remind people about. Lovely looking shot. Similar shot. Is it the similar result? No, this time the sweeper is a little bit finer. And they do cut this one off. Anyway, so it is an all West Indian officiating crew, not to mention West Indian umpire, West Indian commentator. And with 2 balls remaining here over number 4, this pair is looking to build on what has so far been a very good start. Short, can't bowl that line, cannot bowl that length. Might not get to the boundary. Long run by the fielder coming from backward square. They'll settle for 2. I think that Akshara Patibandla might consider herself lucky that that only went for 2, because at that length and that line against this batter, Lasya Bandaru, those typically go away for 4. So she just probably under-edged it more than she would have liked. Up the middle of the bat, that screams away through backward point or backward square leg for 4. Full toss. Play to mid-off. Quick single. That is how you put pressure on the batting. So I'll make that on the bowling side. 10 runs come from over number 4. So they're starting to build something here. 12 from over 3, 10 from number 4. Overall score after 4, 29 without loss. Rithvika Kari off to a good start. In 6 matches in this tournament, 125. And more important than the number of runs is her strike rate, also 125. So you essentially scoring 100 runs, or 125 runs every 100 balls, which is an excellent, excellent way of getting started. So going to Akshara Patibandla again. In fact, this is Anahita Mohan coming back for her third over. Very full, defended back to the bowler herself, no run. So this pair now opening partnership worth 29. Lassia Bandaru, 10 from 18. Rithvika Kari, 16 from 7. Lassia Bandaru from right here in the Houston area. This is played back again to the bowler, no run. Right-handed batter, off spinner. And then her partner, Rithvika Kari, is from Troy, Michigan. Goes by Ritu. And from Troy, Michigan, heavy scoring right-handed batter. What a cut shot, but straight to the fielder in the deep. Boy, the technique of these two batters is really something to behold. But full credit to the DC Titans for the field that they have set. Essentially, they're making sure that they bowl to the field. So if you're going to have a fielder deep at point, backward point on the boundary, then the way to access that fielder is to continue bowling that line and length. Stroked into the covers here, no run. So I'll tell you what, the last two overs went for 12 and 10 respectively, but some semblance of order has been restored here with this over from Anahita Mohan. In fact, my apologies, it's actually Niksha. No, the scorecard says Niksha Kumar, but it's actually still Anahita Mohan bowling. Okay, I see what the confusion is. There are two number 14s, and I don't know why that would be the case, but forget everything I just said about Anahita Mohan, because this over is being bowled by Niksha Ramaneni. So the attempt to confuse the commentator did not work. Lovely looking shot here, clipped to square leg for a single. Really, really good over. And I'll tell you, this is exactly what you want to see. Just 2 runs coming from her first over, Niksha Ramaneni. End of over number 5, 31 without loss. .31 without loss. Quick water break for the two batters in the middle. That gives us time to look at the as I started saying, that gives us time to look at some of the figures here. Look at the bowlers. Tanushree Vishal is the best bowler statistically in the side. 6 wickets taken, best bowling of 4 for 14. Anahita Mohan number 2. Akshara Patibandla number 4. Aradhya Kaushal, haven't seen her yet. She's the 3rd leading bowler in the tournament, at least for the DC Titans. And in terms of fielding, look out for Nikardoshi. Absolutely brilliant all-rounder, but she also leads the team in catches, 2 catches and 2 direct hits in the run-out region. So she is going to be able to change the game in a number of different ways. New bowler. And this is going to be Arna Krishnaveni. Arna Lekshman Prabhu Krishnaveni. I may just stick with Arna Krishnaveni. Good first ball by Arna Krishnaveni, and it is going to be a dot. So you want to make sure that you continue to build on the good start to her spell by Niksha Ramaneni. 2 really good balls. This is inside edge down to backward square leg. They'll pinch a single, but really good start. 2 good deliveries. First defended for no run, and the second off the inside edge they pinch a single, but this has brought the scoring rate back down to, let's call it, normalcy. The Texas Legends were running away with it there for a couple of overs, but the bowling in the last 8 deliveries has been much, much better. Good looking shot there, direct hit opportunity. Ooh, you have to be careful, cannot run those to Niksha. I'm sorry, to Nikadoshi. Just talked about the fact that she is 2 runouts already. Look at this. Clean pickup. She's very athletic. And that, in many instances, ooh, had that been a house, she's gone by probably a yard if that's a direct hit. So you cannot take those chances against Nikardoshi. Very, very experienced, even though she's just a senior in high school, but very experienced in the USA U19 setup and is a brilliant fielder. And that's a lovely looking shot. Proper cover drive toward the rope and goes there now for 4. Oh, that was luscious. Absolutely brilliant looking shot. High front arm. Look at this. That is proper cricket. Plays it late right under her arm, under her eyes. And that ball races across the turf. So not even the Cardoshi could have fielded that one. That is excellent. You really, really love seeing that. Ritvika Kari now up to 22 from 13. Lasse Bandaro 12 from 21. A little bit more circumspect. Short, pulled around the corner. Once again, given the field, that is not a bad delivery. Ideally, you'd want to be fuller than that, but you do have protection. 2 players in the deep on the leg side, one just in front of square, the other behind square. So if you're going to bowl short, it would have to be at the body of the batter to induce that shot on the leg side where that protection is. But it's a good passage of play here. Looks to whip this around the corner again. Comes up empty. That is the end of a good over. 7 coming from it with a luscious boundary, but I think on balance, you'd like to see where you are right now as DC Titans. 8-0, make that 7 overs. My apologies, 6 overs done. 38 without loss. End of the power play. 38 runs inside the power play. That's a good start. More impressive is the fact that there have been no wickets lost. So the platform is set, 84 balls remaining, and you have all 10 wickets in hand. So you would anticipate that this opening pair would be looking to push on. And again, the leading batter in the side in terms of aggregate runs has not yet made it to the crease. That would be Arna Kalapala. 120 runs for the tournament. And now it's going to be Niksha Ramaneni to continue. Lovely looking stroke, but directly into the covers. Well fielded, no run. So you do have some opportunity here to help pull things back. And as of right now, the position that you're in would seem to suggest that the last couple of bowling changes have worked the way you've needed them to. So things have slowed down just a touch. Arna Krishnaveni bowled a good last over of the power play. And Niksha Ramaneni so far in this over has done well. It's been just 1 run from the 2 balls bowled so far. Down the ground, Nikardoshi talked about her fielding. The leading, in my mind, the leading fielder in the side. Very, very good in the field. And if you were with us yesterday when we had a chat with her on the air, it is a really, really important part of her side, of her contributions to the team. And in fact, in her words, she contributes exceptionally in the field, and that's not surprising, because essentially if you want to look to see where the best fielders in the team are in terms of catching, you look at the boundary where the hot spots are. One of the hot spots is down here at long off rather, and that's exactly where you find Nikardoshi at the moment. And in the meantime, this is a really good over underway. Just a couple of singles so far with one ball to come. And your options for scoring runs are just now starting to slow down a little bit. Remember, this team, the Texas Legends, scored 183 this morning. As of right now, with one ball remaining in over number 7, they have 40 on the board. Very full, played into the long on area, should just be single. So just 3 runs coming from over number 7. Excellent stuff from the DC Titans. Score after 7, 4-1 without loss. So 4-1 without loss. Really good start with the ball, has to be said. 2 overs where the Texas Legends looked like they were going to run away and hide, so to speak. Over number 3 went for 12 runs. Over number 4 went for 10. But aside from those 22 runs, just 19 runs have come from the other 5 overs bowled so far. So a really good fight back with the DC Titans. Captain of the DC Titans, Adira Watt, said at the toss that she was looking to hold the opposition to about 110. Well, if you look at where you are right now, 117 is what the projected score is. And again, take away those 2 big overs, and they're scoring at a relatively pedestrian rate, at least by their standards, Texas Legends. Back to Arna Krishnaveni to bowl over number 8. Bowling here to Rithvika Kari, 25 from 19. Cut away. That is in the gap, and that's going to run away for 4. That is a proper cricket shot. I think that Arna Krishnaveni will agree with me that that ball was just too wide and too short. Look to see where this one is. Well outside the line of off stump. And I'll tell you what, it's wide and short, but you still have to be able to put it away. And that is a proper cut shot. Racing off of the middle of the bat down to deep, let's call it wide third for boundary. So that is the 5th 4 struck. First one in a handful of overs though. So looking to sort of change the field outside of the power play so you can be more judicious with where you have your fielders. Full toss, and it's going to be a no ball. It will run away for 4, so a lot of trouble here. So a 4, and then an extra run for the no ball, and then the next ball will be a free hit. Look at this. Full toss, absolutely. And for those who are not aware of the rule, if there's a full toss above waist height, that is an illegal delivery. It is a no ball. You are punished for it by, number 1, having whatever runs that scored from the delivery count, plus the 1 for the no ball. But then likely the biggest punishment is that this next delivery, with a handful of rare exceptions, cannot result in a wicket. So you would think here that Rithvika Kari will be swinging for the fences, as this is a free hit. Lovely looking strike down the ground, but just 1 though, because there's a protection down in that position. So you get 1 run there. So the free hit doesn't hurt much, but what does hurt is that in your mind as a fast bowler now, Arna Krishnaveni, you're thinking, maybe I can't try for the Yorker again because the last one got away from me, and 2 beamers might take me out of the attack. Punch down the ground for a single here. So just 3 balls remaining here in over number 8. By the way, 50 is up. 50 is up with the 4 and the no ball. So for the last 3 balls of this over, if you are Arna Krishnaveni, you're just looking to find a way to restore normalcy had a good little spell of bowling going there for a second, but some of it has been spoiled here in this over. Good cricket, just punching it into the leg side and going for that single. That's more and more what you want to see. Now just 2 balls remaining here in the over. Partnership. Opening partnership. Now worth 53. 53 presents a very good platform. But to me, the more important aspect of this is the fact that you still have 10 wickets in hand, only 74 balls to go. That's down the leg side. It's going to be wide. So with 74 balls to go, 2 set opening batters. Lassie Bandaro is not scoring very heavily. She's scoring at the rate of 58.33. It's a strike rate that is much lower than her partners. Rithvika Carey, 35 from 23. So her strike rate is 152. But you still have loads of batting resources to come. She's played into the leg side for a single. And speaking about that load of resources, I've brought it up a couple of times, but Arna Kalapala, who is the leading batter on the side, 10 fours and 4 sixes for the tournament, 120 aggregate runs, a high score of 47, a strike rate of 130. So all of that to me adds up to danger when she comes to the wicket. So this pair, after having set the table the way that they have, might feel that they can start being a little bit more adventurous. Stroked into the covers. Oh, that's a good piece of fielding. It's going to be a dot ball. But 14 runs come from the over, the biggest one of the innings so far. 14 come from over number 8 at the end of it, 55 without loss. So 55 without loss after 8. You're down to the last 12 overs, the last 72 legal deliveries. And it is going to be again Niksha Ramaneni bowling from the forest end and the northern end of the ground here in Prairie View. Played into the offside, and that's through, and it's going to be close to the boundary and gets there now. So a bit of a loose delivery outside the line of off stump and cut away fiercely by Lassie Bandaru. 59 runs on the board. Look at this, cut away. And I said fiercely, that might have been overstating it. She cut it into the ground, but placed it well. Let's put it that way. And placed it in such a way that it was just out of reach of the fielders in the ring on the offside. So that good fast start continues. And I think you'll find that Lassie Bandaro's captain, rich vein of form, again scored heavily this morning. But she is the type of player, she has the temperament that can capitalize on situations like where she finds her team right now. Again, 2 balls bowled so far in over number 9, so you're down to the last 70 legal deliveries in this innings and no wickets lost yet, so you can start taking chances. Goes to go big, or looks to go big, down the ground, a couple of bounces to long on. And it just feels like there's a bit of a momentum switch. 141 is the projected score based on the current run rate of 7.06. But I think if you're Lassia Bandaru, you're looking bigger than 140. Stroked into the covers, they'll get a single here. So they're continuing to pick up the singles, doing exactly what you need to do. Take a look at this again. Lovely looking shot, just guiding it into the covers, and then throw coming into the non-striker's end, or into the striker's end, I should say. But she just does get the bat across the line. That is really good discipline. You see evidence that both of these teams are very, very well coached. Goes big, and nobody out there. A couple of bounces, and it goes away for 4. So Lasia Bandaru now opening up her shoulders and looking to accelerate. She knows with the platform that they have no sort of choice but to accelerate, because from here you can pile on the pressure. And piling on the pressure to me means taking advantage of the fact that you still have 67 legal balls to go. You have not lost any wickets. You can keep scoring at the rate of 7.36 and get to 147. But if you up your scoring rate to say 9 and over, 9 and over gets you to 166. I think that's more what they'd be thinking about. Full toss, low full toss. Clip down the ground for a single. She will keep the strike, Lasia Bandaru. Good passage of play continuing here for the Texas Legends. End of over number 9, 66 without loss. So let's just look at a few highlights so far. That one was not very meaningful in terms of intent. That one was. And then that, to me, a couple of really luscious shots through the offside. And the timing on all of these is excellent. That was a no ball that was cut away. And then that shot going through the offside for 4. And then that last over where Lasia Bandaru opens her shoulders up and starts to hit big. So she's making up a bit of the gap herself, Lasia Bandaru. At strike rate now up to 83. Not too long ago I mentioned her strike rate was down at 58. But that last over she made up some of the gap between herself and her partner Rithvika Kair, whose strike rate is 144. Both of them, you would think, are looking to put themselves in the position to launch fully as you get toward the halfway point of the first innings. Once again, this is the 5th edition of the Houston Women's Open 2026. And your position now, if you are the DC Titans, is to try to find a way to break this partnership. Looking to sweep this one. New bowler is in. It's going to be Tanushree Vishal. So this is the last over before the 10 over mark. Just at the halfway point. Don't know if they'll take a water break. We'll pay attention to that, whether or not they will. It's very humid and warm here in the Houston area. I'm sorry, in the Prairie View area. It's played down the ground. So opportunity to score runs are there. So you got a single in this over after Tanushree Vishal started with a dot. But you just get the sense that they are looking right now, the Texas Legends, to push on well beyond the projected score right now of 144. The opening partnership, again, is 67 and counting. Works it in the leg side. Quick single. Throw coming into the striker's end is not going to be in time. And if you continue doing exactly what you're doing right now, working the ball around, if you get a bad ball, you treat it with the respect that it deserves, which is to say none. But even the good balls they're scoring off of, and the ability to just push the good balls into the gaps and pick up singles, I think is a really important piece of the puzzle. Using the feet, chips it to short mid-wicket, no run. The last 5 overs before this one, in other words 5 through 9, went for 37. So scoring at a rate of 7.4, marginally above the overall innings rate. Full toss, played it into the leg side. That's a good piece of fielding on the boundary. 1 ball remaining here in what actually has been a really good over from Tanushree Vishal. Tanushree Vishal, who is the best bowler in the side. 6 wickets taken in 6 matches. Economy rate of under a run a ball. 5.12 to be specific. Best bowling figures of 4 for 14. Needs to bring this one slightly closer to be within the range of what umpire Owen Brown would want to see. Stroked into the covers, and that's through, and that will be 4. Proper cricket shot, using her feet to get to the pitch on the ground, all the way along the carpet. Look at this. Using her feet. That is a really good piece of batting, and gets it through the gap, and it races across the turf for 4. So that is the end of the over. It appears as though there will be a quick water break. We'll be right back. Mithala Chowdhury, your thoughts about the overall development of the tournament, and what are you expecting from the final? In fact, not just the final, the remaining 3 games.
Yep. So we have 3 games left. One is the finals, the 3rd position, and the 5th position games. I think God has been really kind, and weather has been kind, and we have managed to finish all these different games. Very, very proud and very happy of the way that things have gone here, Brian. Definitely with the support of a lot of people. I'm not going to name them, and want to thank each one of them. I think the final is going to be a terrific finals. Texas Legends and DC Titans. Congratulations to both of them for coming to the finals. Definitely want to see what the outcome is. I think both other 2 games are also going to be very competitive. The girls have got a good platform here. I hope they continue to show their skill sets, learn on these beautiful turf wickets, and get done.
Well, fantastic. Last thing, I'll ask you really one quick question. With the 5th edition almost in the books, what are you looking for the future from these women?
I can only hope and pray for all these girls to do better and better, get to the next level, play high-level cricket. One day I'm pretty sure they're all aspiring to play for this country. My whole passion and motivation and objective is to ensure that you know, as many as girls possible get to the next level. 6th edition is going to be better, bigger, and you know, some surprises are in store.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Well done. Really proud of you.
Thank you.
Words of wisdom from Mithala Chowdhury, and I will tell you that putting on a tournament of this magnitude is not for the faint of heart, and Mithala Chowdhury has done an absolutely spectacular job in allowing for this platform for these young women to showcase their talents, to be an impressive part of the cricket here in the Prairie View area, in the Houston area, in Texas, beyond. It is just such a good platform, and hats off, kudos to Mithala Chowdhury and the rest of her team, volunteers, organizers, and all, for what they've done here so far in the Houston Open, the Women's Houston Open 2026. So, we are now at the 2nd half of the 1st innings of the final. This is going to be Dhriti Chamakura to bowl over number 11, and the table is set. 74 without loss. Lassie Bandara 27 from 34. Rithvika Kari 41 from 27. And you get the sense that each of these batters knows that they are set and they can start cutting loose. So look out to see exactly what they're able to get done here, because from this point you would think only 60 legal balls remaining. They can be a lot more adventurous and they can go for their shots. Good start with the ball here though for Dhriti Chamakura. Good tall, fast bowler. Maybe fast, maybe overstating it, but a tall seam bowler. And her challenge is just now going to be to attempt to restrict the scoring. Looking to work this around the corner. Nothing here. So a couple of dots. Importantly, bowl dot balls, you create a little bit of a pressure. I don't know that you feel as much pressure when you have 74 runs already on the board, but the idea from here would be to think we don't want to run out of balls without the ability to go, you know, all hell for leather, if you will. And so I'd look to see each of these batters looking to go big. That is one example. Lassemba Dara gets one on her pads. That's where she wants it. And she whips it away behind square on the leg side for 4. Take a look at this. You know what? I was harsh. That was not on her pads. It was actually on off stump, and she drags it from outside off stump down to the ropes for four number 10. A lot of fours been struck in this inning so far, and I would not be surprised to see this pair continue to up the ante in terms of their productivity. 31 for Lassia Bandaru, 41 from Rithvika Carey. Stroked into the offside. That is the captain herself who does the fielding, Adira Watt. So 3 dot balls and a 4 from this over so far. On balance, that's actually not a bad result. But how do you close out here? What do you do? How do you get the ball in the right areas? Tries to go big, doesn't quite make the connection she was looking for. And there are 2 fielders out there. She'll just get a single here. And they continue pushing on and putting on a really good opening partnership. I hate to keep repeating myself, but you're now down to 55 balls remaining with no wickets lost. So I would absolutely expect for them to be swinging for the fences in the upcoming overs. Last ball coming up over number 11. She lets this go through. Interesting. That's the opposite of swinging for the fences. A dot ball, so on balance, not a bad over. Just 5 runs coming from it. 7-9 without loss after 11. $11 overs in the books. That means that there are 9 remaining. And with 9 overs remaining, 10 wickets in hand, boy, I really would be surprised if you did not see both of these batters shift into overdrive. Because from here, you don't want to run into the situation where there were runs left unscored. What I mean by that is you have the opportunity to go big, you have the opportunity to put big runs on the board, but you're obviously limited to another 54 balls, and being limited to 54 balls means that you're going to have to start looking for ways to accelerate. Back to Aradia. In fact, going now to Aradia Kushal. Has whipped away into the leg side for 4. No. In fact, did it go for 4? Yes, it did go for 4. There's a signal from the fielder herself, and that you're now into the 80s. First ball whipped away for 4. Take a look at this. Full toss, not full toss, but full enough that the batter could come down the track and essentially take advantage of that ball that was maybe just a little too straight. Do have options here for being able to get away from your opposition. 83 runs on the board. Down the ground again. Should just be 1 here though. No issue with that whatsoever. And from this position, you're going to have to find a way to, I would say, limit the damage. How do you limit the damage? You'd love a wicket, but even if you don't get a wicket, you want to bowl deliveries that are not what I would refer to as hit me balls. So you get to the point where you cut off a lot of the scoring opportunities by bowling good deliveries. And with good deliveries, if you concede singles, singles alone would be perfectly fine. Singles from here gets you to 136. Overall scoring rate 7.39. They'll be looking to improve on that. Down the ground, that is a huge strike. And does it go for the first 6 of the innings? No, lands short, but still 4 runs. And so now it feels as though overdrive is what you're looking at. Lassia Bandaru now, her strike rate is almost at 100. 41 from 42, using her feet. You love to see her use your feet like that. That is a good skill to have, and the ability to sort of chip down to the spinners and meet the ball where it lands is an understated act, or understated skill. Tossed up again. Oh my goodness! This is off the stumps at the non-striker's end. Struck fiercely. For a split second, I thought it would have been off of the hand of the field of the bowler, because then it could have been a run out. Let's see what happens here. Struck firmly. Umpire Owen Brown taking evasive action. And look at the non-striker. That is good awareness. So not using or not losing her place and coming out of her crease. That is good awareness. Just end up getting one run that easily could have been a run out had she been out of her crease, because I think that flicked the hand of the bowler herself on a follow through. Last ball coming up here. In the air, this is going to be landing short of long on. They're coming back for the second. Good aggressive running. And I'll tell you what, that aggressive running probably induces a bit of a fumble. So they'll eventually get 13 runs from over number 12, a productive one. The partnership continues to grow. End of 12, 92 without loss. Let's take a look at these highlights here. This partnership that is now worth 92. And they have scored equivalently, one on 41. In fact, both are exactly on 42. 42 from 29 for Ritvika Kari, and 42 from 43 for Lassie Bandaru. Lassie Bandaru in particular is starting to accelerate. And that shot down there, skipping down the track, is a good one. This last one coming up here, I think, is a really productive shot as well. And then Lassie Bandaru coming off of a score this morning of 86, and is just picking up where she left off. 42 to the good for her, and she's single-handedly, maybe not single-handedly, between the two of them, dragging their team toward a score similar to what they had this morning. So once again, in this morning's game, they scored 183. As of right now, they are at 92 without loss after 12. Going back now to Driti Chamakura. First ball played into the leg side. So a long way to go before this inning is finished, but you get the sense, once again, with a set platform, I would expect to see both of these batters going hell for leather. Play down the ground. This is going to be Adira Watt. Does the cleanup work. So that would be a captain to captain. And from here, you're really looking to see whether or not you can find a way of being able to slow things down. But this pair, it's going to be very difficult to get them to slow anything down because of the skill that they have and the overall level of execution that you've seen so far is something to behold. Driven through the covers, sweeper in the deep, does the cleanup work. So 2 singles and 3 balls. Tell you what, this is not a bad over being bowled here by Driti Chamakura. Her first over only went for 5, and so far in this over she's only conceded 2 runs. So you want to see whether or not she can close this over out in a similar fashion. Great delivery there, chipped the square leg, no run. And full credit to her, she's bowling excellently. 2 balls remaining in her second over, has only conceded 7 runs so far. So this, to me, feels like a good bowling change coming on to start the 11th over. Smashed down the ground. Adira Watt, the captain, does the cleanup work. So thinking of setting a target in a final. Whatever you score in a finals in terms of the first innings, the pressure to overhaul that target to become the champions is increased. It's heightened. And so a score like about 160 would feel like 180 in a non-final. Off the outside edge of the bat, she knew that was running away to the boundary. She did not even bother turning to look. I don't know that she meant it to go that fine, but once it came off the edge, she knew it was running away down the hill. 99 without loss after 13. There you see on the replay off the outside edge and easily running away down the hill. So you're down to the last 42 balls. I would think that this will qualify as happy hour. Seven overs remaining. Going back to Tanushree Vishal. She is statistically the best bowler in the side. 6 wickets, 82 runs conceded, best of 4 for 14. Now would be a really good time for her to pick up wicket number 7. Using the feet this time, playing it down the ground. Lassie Bandaru up to now 45 from 48. Rithvika Carey, 49 from 32, is now on strike, and that single, by the way, bringing up the 100. So 100 runs on the board in over number 14. They'll be looking to get well beyond that. The projection right now, based on the current scoring rate of 7.59, is 152. That feels like the minimum of what they'd be looking for. Played off the back foot here, no run. Long on and long off are in position, as are deep mid-wicket and a sweeper on the offside. Pull into the leg side, and that is 50 for Rithvika Carey. Good looking shot, an excellent innings overall, and she's nowhere near done yet. Might just be able to hear the applause coming for her from her teammates and from the Texas Legends supporters. Tossed up. Oh, back past the bowler herself. Almost thought that it was a chance for a return catch there. And so now you would think 3 runs from over number 14 so far with 2 balls to come. 102 runs on the board. Absolutely pressing on the gas here. Just another 38 balls remaining. Plenty of batting resources to come. Let's play it on the ground. Good piece of fielding. This is really actually a very good over. Just 4 runs coming from it. Last ball to come. 103 on the board. This pair is scoring at the rate of 7.45 and over. Just looking to see whether or not you can get your team past that 160, 170 mark. Full toss. Played down the ground. And Lassie Bandaru will keep the strike. 47 for her. 51 for Rithvika Carey. Score after 14 is 104 without loss. A few of those highlights that you're seeing here, just really good batting from Rithvika Carey. And along with her partner, Lassie Bandaru, there's a celebration for Rithvika Carey, but it was relatively muted because she knows she's not done. And now the last 36 balls will require discipline by the DC Titans because 36 balls, 10 wickets in hand, 2 set batters. My goodness, all of that to me adds up to plenty of opportunities to score quickly. So it'll be Dritti Chamakura to continue. Looks to sweep it around the leg side. It's going to be a wide. runs have not been difficult to come by, but can't really say it's been bad bowling. There have been a few loose deliveries, 6 wides, but for the most part, it's been good batting. Looking to go big down the ground. Lassie Bandaru misses out on that attempted shot. And let's see to what extent can you put yourself in a position of being able to capitalize on the fast start that you've had. Given the start, given the fact that you've now gotten to 105 without having lost a wicket, feels like 9 and over really should be the minimum of what you're aiming at. Good delivery, Yorker length, played back into the offside, no run. And so one is going to have to determine whether or not you get something positive out of this situation, and let's see what happens here. Saw a couple of dots, just a little bit of a delay here. And with a couple of dots and then the next ball to come, you would want to see, if you're a Texas Legends fan, whether or not this pair can get something beyond what they're looking at right now. And what they're looking at right now is tremendous. Straight down the ground. Do they look for 2? No, they do not look for 2. Might just be because you want to launch toward the end, and really at this stage thinking 1s and 2s, it's never a bad idea to think 1s and 2s, but with the platform that you have, the last 32 balls coming up, 33 balls coming up, you'd have to start thinking 4s and 6s. Got very straight, paddle around the corner, sliding stop. This could work. So your options again are relatively limited with what you can get done, and you're now thinking, rather than think, well, you're not bowling out the Texas Legends, but you're also thinking, I really just need to see if we can hold them to a run a ball. A run a ball here keeps them to 139. Good delivery, full and straight, played into the leg side, no run. In terms of setting goals and what you want to have accomplished the rest of the way, this really does feel that it's less about bowling out the opposition and thinking, I just need to bowl some balls that don't get hit for 4s and 6s. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 15. 106 on the board. Yet another wide here. Take a look at this. And oh, fire. McVin Frederick. Probably lucky that he was not about 2 inches taller there, because that would have, let's just say, gone off the old head. In the air, just over the top of mid-wicket. Fielder in the deep, cleans up. 1 run more to the total. Your chances of restricting the opposition really continue to struggle here, because that is a single that gets you down to 109. 109 after 15. The last 5 really are going to be aggressive, I would think. 109 without loss. One oh nine for 15. 109 without loss after 15 is what I meant. Lassie Bandaru, 49 from 55. Itfika Carey, 52 from 36. Bowling resources are still plenty. Driti Chamakura, who you could argue has been the best bowler, has 1 remaining. 2 remaining each for Anahita Mohan and Akshara Patibandla. Nishka Remeneni also has 1 remaining. But it's the captain herself now, Lasya Bandara's Tanushri Vishal is back into the attack. Using the feet, working it down the ground. That is a single, and that is 50 to the captain. Applause around the ground for her. And you'll see her raise the bat. Or actually, she has not raised the bat. And you know, as a smart thinking cricketer, she knows that she just got to 50, which tells me that she does not want those accolades. She just wants to be able to keep scoring. And she knows that her team needs her to continue batting long. I would look to see whether or not she can continue to push on from here, because with that dot ball, scoring rate has dropped just a little bit down to 7.17. But boy, the opportunity is there. The platform is there for you to push on tremendously. So let's see what she's able to do. Rithvika Carey, 52 from 37. Been more sort of aggressive. Played through the covers. Sweeper out there. And I do have to say, knock on wood, this is what I started saying much earlier. All week this week, the forecast had showed for rain the entire weekend. And I am so happy to be able to say that not one single game has been impacted by rain at all. And assuming that the forecast that we see right now holds, we should get through this final and the other ongoing matches, the third place match and the fifth place match, without any weather interruptions, which essentially means that the Almighty wanted to see us all be involved with cricket this weekend here in the Prairie View area. 2 balls remaining in over number 16. 26 balls remaining in the innings. Played away into the offside. Oh my goodness. Oh, trouble. And she just does get back in her crease, Rithvika Carey. They both wanted a run there, but I think wisely, Rithvika Carey sent back by her captain, Lasya Bandaro. Take a look at this. Both of them wanted to go, and then here, coming back in just in time. So she might consider herself lucky there. Last ball of over number 16. It's Tanushri Vishal. Short, and it is pulled away into the deep. A long run for backward square leg. Good sliding stop. And look at that. Limits the damage to 1 run. That is good work. And she does do well enough, but it will be Rithvika Carey to take strike to start over number 17. End of 16, 114 without loss. And 13 without loss. Very interesting. As you see on that shot, it looks as though the captain, Lasya Bandaru, has retired herself. So she is off of the pitch. Rithvika Carey is still there, 54 from 14. The new batter has come to the crease. And this new batter is going to be, I'll get the name of the new batter shortly, but my goodness, this is going to be interesting to see what this looks like the rest of the way. Lovely shot, opening the face and running it down the hill. Won't go for 4. Ooh, strong throw, run out opportunity here and gone. Oh my goodness. What a big wicket that one is. Rithvika Carey plays that shot very well, and she gets it down to deep third, but having not had the ball go to the boundary, this looks like a very big wicket. And look at this, good camera work to show, my goodness, she's hadn't even started sliding her bat yet. So that to me is a body blow. So right on the heels of Lasya Bandaru having retired herself, it is the fact that Rithvika Carey is run out. So both openers who put on that monster opening partnership have now both been dismissed. One retired out, and the other that run out that you just saw. So as of right now, the bowlers have not yet taken a wicket, but 2 wickets are down, and I don't think that the bowling side will care very much about how they get the wickets as long as you have new batters coming to the crease. So 1 and a run out on the first ball of over number 17. Played straight off of the body of, in fact, off of the non-strikers and stumps. Didn't get anything on that, so it's not going to be out. Be interesting to see whether or not the non-striker was out of her crease. So the 2 batters at the crease now, Arna Kalapala and Srinidhi Sagiraju. Arna Kalapala, I've said it a number of times already. Arna Kalapala is the #1 batter in the side. 120 runs coming into today's action, or at least into this afternoon's action. In the air, down the ground. Get 1. That's all that they'll get. Well, the best way to score or slow the scoring rate down is to take wickets. And while you will not have held the Texas Legends to the 110 that Captain wanted to enforce, it appears as though they still have the opportunity to do some damage here. Scoop shot being attempted, they'll get a single. Let's see where your disciplines tell you that you are. Last 2 balls, that was a leg by the way. With that last ball coming up here in over number 17. Played away square. Good diving stop. Single that closes things out here in over number 17. Last 3 coming up. 4 coming from that over though, so that's a really good over. End of 17, 117 for 1. For 2. Well, down to the last 2. Make that the last 3. 117 for 2. And with 117 for 2 means that the platform had been set, but both batters who contributed towards setting that platform have been dismissed. So Arna Kalapala is on strike, 2 from 4. Srinidhi Sagiraju has only faced 1 ball. This may be the chance to pull things back in your favor here if you're the DC Titans. Short delivery outside the line of off stump, too far outside the line of off stump. Anita Mohan back into the attack. Open the bowling. Not surprising that you'd see her here at the death. So we have a wide to start over number 17. Still 18 legal deliveries remaining. Maybe 180 odd doesn't happen. Can you do what you can to get it to 9s, which will get you to 145? This time umpire Owen Brown thinks it's fine. long way to go here, but it really does feel like things have slowed down a little bit for Texas Legends. The last 5 overs before this one have yielded 25 runs. So 5 and over as compared to the overall scoring rate of almost 7. So you had done very well unto that point, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not they can pull this off. But I would think that the challenge right now is going to be to, as I said earlier, not give up any boundary balls. And in fact, they ran an additional run on that wide, so they get 2 for it. So 1 official deliverable here in over number 18. Players dragging just a little bit. Played through the offside, at least 1. In fact, that's just 1. 120 runs on the board. Last 17 balls. Can't afford any more extras. 10 wides. Working to the leg side. Quick single, and I'll tell you what, that single put the pressure on the fielder inside the circle. Created a fumble, and that's effectively what sealed the run. So 122 on the board. Last 3 balls coming up in over. Lovely shot down the ground. That is beautiful, and that is 4. That is really well struck by Trinity Sagiraju. Look at this. Just straight as an arrow. That is such a good shot. 9 from the over already. 2 balls to come. 180 is a thing of the past, but 150 I think is still achievable. 10 and over gets you to 149. You're at 9 here in over number 18. 2 balls still to come. Here we go. Down the ground again. That's the single this time. So, oh, they came back for a second run. I'll tell you what, that is good running. Didn't think that they were coming back for the second run. Look at this. On the ground. And look at the commitment to coming back for that second run. That is excellent. She called for it. And look at the commitment with the full dive. And that puts you in a good frame of mind. It also tells your partner, okay, we're looking to accelerate here. And then it has the opponent in the field on the back foot. Short delivery, hammered away for 4. Cannot bowl that length, cannot bowl that line. Certainly not to anybody with any batting ability. And this is put away stylishly. Hammered in, short, but at that length it sits up and begs to be whacked. And whacked it was. 15 come from that over. A big, big over. Largest over in the inning so far, actually. And at the end of over number 18, the score is 132 for 2. Nishka Ramaneni it is to bowl over number 19, the penultimate over of the innings. 3 overs, none for 16. I would get the sense that this pair will be looking to take the attack to her in a more emphatic way than 5 and over would suggest. Driven into the deep. That is the captain, Adira Watts. Down to the last 11 balls. There is no reason to hold back from anything here. Idea would be to do what you can to push toward something around 150, I would think. This is in the air. It might land short. It does land short. Adira Watt coming off the rope at long off. A couple of singles now to start over number 19. 134 on the board. So run the ball from here gets you to 144. I said 150. 9 and over gets you to 149. You would have to think that somewhere in the next several balls they'd look to get a run a ball at a minimum, but really I think you're looking more along the lines of getting something around the 150 mark. Once again, 150 from here. 16 runs needed in 9 balls. Outside chance is what I would say. If the 2 openers were still there, I think I'd be a lot more confident about whether or not they could get there. But regardless, this is still a really, really good score. That's squeezed off the edge, running close to the boundary and getting close. Pulled up just short of the ropes, and they managed to get that one from going over the ropes. So that is 2 more. Last 8 coming up. By the way, I did not mention it earlier, but if you all online are watching and would like to contribute to the conversation, just so I don't have to keep talking to myself, happy to take your comments in the YouTube chat feed, and let's just have a conversation there. Goes big. A long run for Adira Watt. Oh, fumbles it. They'll come back for the second. Very frankly, I think 2 was almost always going to be on. But really, this is a good last over being bowled by Niksha Ramaneni, because now, or Nishka, I should say, my apologies. Now the last 7 balls of the over. This is going to be the last of her over, Nishka Ramaneni. Here's that last ball. Off the back foot. Played into the offside. Arna Kalapala will keep the strike. She is the best batter in the side, so she would almost always want to keep strike going into the last over. 19 in the books, 139 for 2. Last over, and the last over will be bowled by the best bowler on the day. In fact, the best bowler for the tournament for the DC Titans. It's going to be Tanushri Vishal. Her last over, none for 17 from her 3 so far. And they'll be looking to take the attack to Tanushri Vishal. Partnership now worth 25. Obviously nothing like the first partnership for the first wicket. 113 is what that partnership was worth. This one much more sedated. 25 rather. Skied into the deep, and it is taken. What a clean catch. That is lovely. That is exactly how you do it. Well judged, and took the catch probably a foot inside the rope at deep mid wicket. So it was really judged well. Take a look at this. Tossed up, and she drags it. Really played a good shot, but didn't quite get the power in it that she wanted. And how casual does she make that look, that feeler in the deep. Really clean catch. So wicket number 3 goes down. 139 on the board. 139 for 3 with 5 remaining. New batters in. Akshara Anand. So we got rid of the dangerous #1 batter in the side. Akshara Anand immediately off the mark plays a single into the short mid-on area. So that was Arna Kalapala, who was dismissed. Came in leading the team in scoring, 120 runs, but doesn't do much today with the bat. And believe it or not, there's a bit of a deceleration going on. Tossed up, played into the leg side. Do they look for 2? Coming back for the second. That's good cricket. .142. Can you get yourself to 150 in the next 3 balls? Make that, yep, 150 in the next 3 balls is what you would need. So 8 runs in 3 balls, is that doable? Absolutely. Is it likely? The next 3 deliveries will answer that question. Next ball coming in now. It's going to be a good passage of play for the DC Titans. Tanushree Vishal, who's bowling really well. 1 for 20 from her 3.3. That one was the first ball of this over. Here's the next delivery. Using the feet, not a clean strike, but gets it wide and running away to the boundary at extra cover. Valuable runs these. 2 balls remaining, 146 on the board. Goes over extra cover, inside out, and that little bit of spin takes it away from the Cardoshi coming around from long off. So 2 balls remaining now. What do you get done from these last 2 balls of the innings? 146 on the board. Last 2 balls remaining. Srinidhi 18 from 8. And Akshara Anand 1 from 1. Tossed up. Squeezes it in the legs, in the offside rather. And wanted to see whether or not there was an opportunity for a second run. Did not get it. 147. A boundary here would get you past 150. So you look to see how you can manufacture a big shot here. Deep mid-wicket in position. Long on, long off. Sweeper on the offside. Here's the last ball. In the air, that might land safely. Just out of reach of the fielder, running across from mid-on. Coming back for the second. Of course they come back for the second. 2 runs is what they'll end up with, and they end up with 149. So just a tick under the 150 mark. 10 runs coming from that last over. It's a good last over actually from Tanushree Vishal, but I think much of the damage was done by the opening pair. So we'll take a look at the batting card very shortly. A lot of damage done by that opening pair of Lasya Bandaru and her partner Rithvika Carey. As the players make their way off of the field, this is again the finals of the Houston Women's Open 2026. Texas Legends and DC Titans. Texas Legends winning the toss, choosing to have a bat. And then the batters, I think, made sure that the DC Titans realized that they were not going to hold them to the 110 that it was their captain Adi Rawat requested. So Rithvika Carey run up for 41. Lasya Bandaru retired out 51. Srindidi Sagiraju 19 from 9. And Akshara Anand and Arna Kalapala didn't score heavily. Akshara Anand was not out. Arna Kalapali was the one who was dismissed. Akshara Anand not out. 3 from 2. Extras were 12 of them in all. And after that passage of play, in order to win the championship, the DC Titans are going to have to score an even 150. So we'll see whether or not they have that in them. We will go, in fact, before we do that, let's look at the bowlers. The bowlers I thought were decent. 4 wickets for Anahita Mohan, 4 dots, 4 wides rather, no wickets, three overs, 31 runs. Akshar Patibandla, 2 overs, none for 13. And as we go through those figures, we can look at the highlights here. The bowlers I thought were really up against it. Only one bowler with an economy rate of around 5. That was Ritika Chamakura. I thought she was very good. But all the other bowlers with economy rates above 5. 5.5 was the lowest after that. And then the highest economy rate in that set was all the way up to 13. That was Aradia Kaushal. And the bowlers were at the mercy of the batters that you see on your screen now, mostly due to the batting of the captain, Lasya Bandaru, and her lieutenant, Rithvika Kari. Couple of runouts there. That runout was one that would have made them not feel very good. Short deliver there, plundered through mid-wicket. And then a couple of lusty blows down the ground. But this, to me, is a really well-judged catch. Really clean catch. This is the last of the innings. So, once again, the Texas Legends putting up 149. In order to lift the trophy, the DC Titans will have to score an even 150. Will they do it is the question. It will be answered within 15 minutes as the DC Titans come back to take their place at the wicket. For now, we go silent. See you shortly. The equation is simple. For the DC Titans to win the 5th edition of the Women's Houston Open 2026, they need to score 150 runs. Nikardoshi and Driti Chamakura will be the two opening batters. And they'll be looking to see if they can overhaul that target at a rate of 7.5 runs per over. Nikardoshi, US U19 player, tremendous batter. And she will be looking to see whether or not she can take her team kicking and screaming over the line. Nikardoshi is actually the 3rd leading batter in this team, 82 runs for the tournament. High score of 26 does not in any way begin to express her talent with the bat. But as they say, big name players rise under the circumstances where they're needed. And she is about to take the first delivery of the innings. Solid in defense. Akshara Anand is the opening bowler. And she herself is going to want to limit the damage. Of course, you keep a team under that 7.5 runs and over, and you win the championship. So the motivation is very, very high in both directions. And in addition to that, you'd be thinking as a bowling unit, if we get this team out for less than 149, we get to have gone through this entire tournament without losing a single match. Played into the offside, a couple of dot balls to start over number 1 to start the innings. And let's just look at what the bowlers have done so far. For the Texas Legends, Akshara Anand is the 5th leading bowler, 3 wickets taken in the tournament, 80 runs scored, 14 overs bowled, best figures of 2 for 7. Short looks to crash it through the offside, not getting anything on it, Nikardoshi. The leading bowler for the team is the captain, Lasya Bandaru. Lasya Bandaru is a spinner, so you probably won't see her anytime soon. She might bowl maybe the last over of the power play, for example. But she's taken 5 wickets in the tournament. 2 for 13 are her best. An economy rate which is ungodly, 3.83. A spinner who gives up runs at less than 4 and over is golden. So 3 dots to start here. In the air, just landing short of mid-off, and mid-off fumbles it, and it runs away for 4. Oh, she'll be disappointed with that effort, Ashika Chirathana, because it was probably not quite catchable. Didn't get to her on the full, but you would think that she could have at least gotten something in the way to stop that. But it runs away down the hill, and Nikardoshi is off the mark with the boundary. And you're chasing somewhere around 7.5 and over, so you need to want to take advantage of the power play overs. See exactly how you develop from here, but bowlers are going to want to have support in the field. Worked into the leg side this time, confident, looking stroke for a couple of more. Nikardoshi coming back to the danger end, no issue there. Mentioned that Nikardoshi is a U19 player for the US. In addition, she grew up in Australia, played her early cricket in that part of the world, so tremendous pedigree and a big game player. Just really impressed with her as a cricketer and as a person. This is skied, and it's going to be taken. I may have jinxed her. Off the outside edge in the covers, and a very simple catch taken. High fives all around. That's the end of Nikardoshi. End of over number 1, 6 for 1. Look at the replay here. Flailing away at that one. Didn't exactly get in line with it, and a good solid catch taken. Not quite able to see who that was who took that catch, but that is the end of Nikardoshi. She will be disappointed by that. And again, batted very well, was the 4th leading scorer in the side in terms of aggregate runs, but she will be very disappointed to have fallen short of the mark here in the finals. So 1 over in the books, 6 for 1, 144 needed from 114 balls. Well, that's a body blow. Adirawat, the captain, is in, joining Driti Chamakura. Adirawat is now at the crease. Driti Chamakura is now on the striker's end. She actually went through the entirety of that first over without facing a delivery. So now both batters at the crease are there, and neither has yet faced a delivery. That is going to be very disappointing to the DC Titans, because under the circumstances you want to be able to sort of put the pedal to the metal and get away. Now, let's talk about Adi Rawat, because she herself is imposing. Leading scorer for the side in the tournament, 126 runs in 6 matches, 14 fours, high score of 44, strike rate of 87. So you'll need to do higher than that strike rate if your team is to challenge here. Great delivery, full and straight. This is going to be Tara Arvind Kumar. And talked about full and straight. That's what you want here, but you don't want to be too full. If you are full, it has to be full enough to induce a defensive shot on the ground. You don't want to be full such that the ball is in the slot. In the slot, no protection. In the deep, on the offside, you have to be very careful not to overpitch it. Again, Yorker length, very, very full. Couple of good deliveries to start here by Tara Arvind Kumar. So Adirawat leading scorer in the side, as I mentioned. The second leading scorer in the side is her partner at the wicket. And in fact, it is Driti Chamakura who is on strike here. 86 runs scored in the tournament so far. Strike rate of 80, average of 21. 3 straight dots to start over number 2. Now, scoreboard pressure builds anytime you have dot balls. Scoreboard pressure is enhanced if you're playing in the finals, and it's really enhanced if you're playing in the finals and you're chasing close to 8 runs and over. And as of right now, you are chasing 7.78 runs and over, scoring just now at the rate of 4 and over. You can see all that at the bottom of your screen. Played into the offside, and that is now another dot. Things get more and more difficult, and the longer you absorb dot balls, the chattier the fielders are, the more the pressure builds, and the more that you feel the need to get a release shot of some kind. That is the benefit of being able to bowl dots. And this is a really good start with the ball here for Tara Arvind Kumar. Full toss. That's not exactly the best of deliveries, but there is protection in the deep. It just goes for 1 bounce. Tara Arvind Kumar is from Tomball, Texas. Tomball, just northwest of Houston. So definitely from the area. And what you're going to want to do here, as you've conceded a single, but you don't want any more full tosses the way that you just bowled. Another full and straight one. Crashed away for 4. That is a good looking shot. So overcorrection. It was the last delivery was full and played away into the deep. This is short and wide. And even though the outfield on that side of the wicket is a little bit thick, she still just does manage to get it across the rope. So that is the end of over number 2. Bit of an expensive one compared to how it started. 5 runs coming from it. End of 2, the score is 11 for 1. So 11 for 1 is your score. The batters are Driti Chamakura, 1 from 5. Adirawat, 4 from 1. 1 over each so far for Akshara Anand and Tara Arvind Kumar. Now Akshara Anand coming back for her second over, third of the innings. Good delivery. Goes stump hunting that time. That Yorker tailing in toward the base of leg stump. And kudos to Driti Chamakura for being able to keep that one out. So it's always going to be interesting to compare. Each team has another good delivery, is defended into the offside for no run. But I started saying it's going to be good and interesting to compare the progress of the DC Titans as it compares to how the Texas Legends fared at that equivalent stage in their innings. End of over number 2, Texas Legends were 7 without loss. DC Titans 11 for 1. So remember that opening partnership for the Texas Legends was a big one. As yet another dot ball here. Opening partnership was worth 113. So any runs, any wickets that you lose in the power play essentially effectively puts you behind the pace that was set by the Texas Legends. Having said that, you can still lose wickets and win this game. It's just that when you lose wickets, that slows your run rate down. When you slow the run rate down, that makes it more and more difficult to challenge a big total. 4 straight dots here to start. This is a good over being bowled by Akshara Anand. And that does repair maybe just a touch of the damage that was done. Not a whole lot of damage, to be honest. Just 2 4s struck so far, but you bowl 4 straight dots, that builds pressure. And you continue building pressure, and that's effectively where your wickets come from. Played away into the deep. Sweeper is out there. Good looking shot, but essentially coverage is exactly where you want it. And so now scoreboard pressure I mentioned, that builds after a while. Now over number 3 when the Texas Legends batted went for 12 runs. So far just 1 run in this over. So continuing to compare where the 2 teams are at each stage, feels just like this is the point where the Texas Legends started maintaining control of the game. And now a bit of work in the deep, just making sure that that fielder sweeping on the offside is in an appropriate location. Off the outside edge, but once again straight to that fielder in the deep. So just 2 singles from that over. Excellent over. Ball back Akshara Anand. 2 runs come from over number 3. The score after 3, 13 for 1. Three overs bowled. 13 runs on the board. The DC Titans need another 137 from the next 102 balls. Tara Arvind Kumar back for her second over. A string of dots is what you have here. 1 or 2 singles around. The last 2 balls of the last over were struck for singles, but already way more dots than the DC Titans would be happy with. 6 to 8% of the deliveries in the innings so far have been dots. Of course, a dot delivery is a ball that you do not score off of, and that builds pressure. And pressure, as they say, takes wickets. Next delivery. Yet another dot. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Tara Arvind Kumar, the first over that she bowled, went for 5, but the last ball of that over was a loose delivery that was crashed away for 4 by Adia Rawat. As of right now, with a couple of dots, it does mean that your overall scoring rate has dipped below 4, 3.9, needing to score from here at the rate of 8.2. So you have a lot of making up to do. Solid in defense, and yet another dot. So this continues to build pressure. Once again, this is the finals, and maybe a score of 150 in a group stages match maybe doesn't produce that much pressure, but 150 in the finals brings added pressure. It feels heavier, and each mistake, if you make one, is magnified. So the last 3 coming up here in over number 4. In the air, it might land safely. It does land just out of the reach of the fielder at mid-off. That is Ashika Chirthanagandla. And here, let's take a look at this again. It's skied, and she's coming down the track, wanting to sort of change the conversation and make something happen, looking to upset the length that the bowler is bowling. Give Tara Arvind Kumar credit. She's bowling a really good length and a really good line. So just a single that time. 1 more ball, make that 2 more balls remaining over number 4. Slower through the air. Defended for no run. So just a little bit of pressure starting to build. Adia Rawat, the leading batter in the side, is starting to show some of that pressure. But she is the captain. She knows how to maneuver herself. She knows how to sort of marshal the resources that she has around her. Talking to her partner, making sure that they're on the same page. As of right now, they absolutely need to start pushing towards something resembling an attacking start. In the air, this is going to clear mid-off, running toward the boundary and getting there now. So that's a positive strike, straight down the ground. No way that Ashika Chirthanagandla could have gotten to that. Up and over the top, and it was placed well enough just out of the reach of mid-off. Again, that's Ashika Chirthanagandla, and she's not able to get to it. So that's a 4 that closes out over number 4. Interestingly, 4 also closed out over number 2. So it feels as though the captain herself has gotten the memo. Her team needs to be up and going. End of over 4, 18 for 1. $16 overs is all you have left. 96 balls. And in 96 balls, you need 132 runs. It will not be easy. Akshara Anand has bowled 2 overs. Her figure is 1 for 9 from those 2. And here she is now coming back to bowl over number 5. Her third, clipped away into the leg side. They'll get 1. Do they want 2? Well, they wanted 2, but they won't get it. Good work from the keeper. Keeper Arna Kalapala sprinting the 30 or so yards towards square leg to retrieve that one. Well, you're looking to see how you're going to manufacture runs. This partnership just now getting started. Partnership now worth 19. My apologies, now worth 14. Short, skied. It's going to land safely. Oh, just out of reach of the bowler herself. She may have been the only one, Aksharanan, who could have gotten there. And that was just placed elegantly, probably not intentionally, I think it's fair to say. But it was just out of her reach. Look at this, skied. And on her follow through, just out of reach, maybe another yard or two, and she might have been able to get there, Aksharanand. So a couple of singles to start over number 5 after the initial wide. So just get the sense that the pressure is just starting to build. Partnership now worth 15. Smashed, but straight to mid-off. Well, I say smashed. It made a good sound off the bat, but not really timed appropriately or timed properly. And so they'll get a single. Off the bat, I thought that would have been 4, but certainly it wasn't quite hit as well as I thought it would have been. Well, your opportunities to score runs are now starting to run low. You do need to start pushing toward something resembling a positive approach. This is a good shot. This is a brilliant stroke. Cannot bowl to the pads of any batter who is this good. And look at that elegant wrist shot to backward square leg for 4. That is the 4th 4 of the innings. And you cannot lose your disciplines. Everything has been really effective so far, getting it in the right areas. Only 1 wide, but if you bowl at the pads of any of these batters, you will pay for it. That is a really good shot. You need to have the batters playing from the stumps or from outside the line of off stump. Cannot be that straight. So take a look at what the field setting is. Nobody in the deep on the leg side. Your line has to be outside off. That's a better line, but it's placed elegantly and it will race away for 4 more. So the line was better, but the length to me was a little short. So consecutive 4s here. Yeah, that length to me certainly provides the opportunity to play that cut shot. And even though you have a sweeper on the offside, not quite able to get anything appropriate or get the ball in the areas that you want it to. So a few runs here. 12 from this over so far, the largest over of the innings thus far. And you do have 1 ball remaining. So a lot of this gap has been made up in this 1 over. So this is such a big over. How do you close this over out here, Aksharanand? Going in the same direction again. They'll get a single. Shy at the stumps. And look at that. They get a single. And after that single, 13 come from the over at the end of over number 5. The score is 31 for 1 at the end of over number 5. The Texas Legends were 31 without loss. Dead even in terms of runs. We have a really, really interesting final brewing. 31 for 1. Poised very interestingly here, the DC Titans chasing 150 for victory, or 31 for 1. They need 119 more runs, and they need them in 90 balls. Current scoring rate has been vastly improved over the last couple of overs. It is now up to 6.2, but you're still south of your required rate of 7.93. And this is the last over of the power play. This over will be bowled by Inaya Haider. Inaya Haider bowling the last over of the power play. Lefty. And it's played in the offside, toward the offside, no run. Inaya Haider, left arm pace. From San Ramon, California. Her job here is to be restrictive. What I mean by that, ball deliveries that cannot be put away for 4. Nobody sweeping on the offside, so you have to be on the stumps looking to whip this away. It doesn't exactly go where the batter wants it, but I don't think she'll care very much. Goes close to the boundary for a couple. It's good work by the fielder running back from short third. But 2 runs. It's a good start. You had a dot to start and then a couple of runs. And so you are looking at a situation here where with just 4 balls remaining inside the power play, you'd expect after these 4 balls she would be able, or the fielding side would be able to spread out a little bit, and I would expect that they would spread out. Looking at see where the field is. Deep backward square leg is in position. That is the only fielder outside of the circle. In fact, deep backward square leg and long on are the 2 outside the circle. So your chances are going to be very limited to score if you don't place the ball where you need to. For the bowler, you cannot be outside the line of off stump. No protection in the deep on the offside, so you have to be tight on the stumps, and that length that you bowl has to be just short of driving length, because if you bowl it too full, it can be driven down the ground straight. Maybe if you go toward the body, then you get those 2 fielders in deep on the leg side into play. But ultimately, you need to be very, very careful with your line and length here. Sliced away and taken. Big wicket that. It is Driti Chamakura, the second leading scorer in the team, who is dismissed. That is off the outside edge of the bat. The angle, left arm over the wicket, slanting across the right-handers, does the trick. And that is wicket number 2. That is a big one. Look at this, slanting it across the right-hander. She goes for the drive, no foot movement, and a catch taken at backward point. That is a really, really good catch. Second wicket down, 33 for 2. Well, the partnership was building. It was worth 27, but that dismissal brings things back firmly in the direction of the Texas Legends, because you know that they wanted to see the back of Driti Chamakura, second leading batter in the team next to her captain Adia Rawat. Adia Rawat 8 from 8. She's at the crease, but the new batter coming to the crease to join her, Meghna Baisia, is the 6th leading batter on the side. 30 runs scored in the tournament, 30 runs scored in 6 matches. So that average of 7.5 will not be one that she'll be necessarily proud of, but she's a better batter than that average or that aggregate would suggest. So her job now, I would think, is to stick with her captain. And how much now falls on the shoulders of the captain, Adia Rawat. 126 runs scored in the tournament so far. And the job now becomes that much more difficult. 2 balls remaining inside the power play. 33 for 2 is your score. Brand new batter Meghna Baisia And let's see exactly how you can maneuver yourself out of a tricky situation here. Punched into the leg side. They may look for 2 here. No, they just settle for 1. Good delivery. Good over underway. Just 3 runs coming from this over so far. The last over of the power play. And I've already taken a wicket. And how do you attack this team from here? Adiro what? On strike. 8 from 8. Good strike rate. But it's not just about the strike rate from here. You need runs. Required rate now back up above 8. Great delivery. Very full. Goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper. It doesn't collect cleanly, but it doesn't matter. A dot ball to close things out over number 6. My apologies. 3 coming from over number 6. And at the end of 6, the score is 34 for 2. This is a really interesting time of this match. First ball of over number 7 is a very loose ball. It is Suhasini Prakash. So we have spin for the first time. Suhasini Prakash wants this ball to be outside the line of off stump, but plenty of protection. There's a sweeper on the offside. There is a long off. There's a long on. There is a deep mid wicket, and there's a backward square leg. So 5 outside, the maximum that you can have outside the circle. Starting out with a single here after the wide, so it feels as though you need to put yourself in the position of getting some runs underway. Okay, you may have just missed. It's going to be another wide. So Suhasini Prakash will know that this ball needs to be in the right areas. Cannot be too loose, cannot be too wild. Play it straight down the ground here. So 40 runs on the board. By the way, the scorecard having a little bit of trouble keeping up, but we will straighten that out shortly. Paddled around the corner, deep backward square leg in position. That is a good strong throw from the outfield too, so you like seeing that. Your 1 ball remaining here in over number 7. 40 runs on the board. How exactly do you handle the remaining balls? Okay, that's tickled around the corner. Not the best of deliveries. We'll get a couple of runs here probably. Come back for that second. And 8 runs it is that comes from over number 7. So a bit of a loose over. You want to make sure that you clean up those balls down the leg side. And in fact, there is 1 ball remaining, so my apologies. Even though the scorecard itself says it's the end of the over, let's just assume that the scorecard is incorrect and the umpires have it right on the screen. Here's that last ball. Once again, finding a very straight line. Very, very straight. You want to be more outside the line of off stump. So if she does get another over here, so Hasini Prakash, she'll want that ball to be much more toward the line of off stump. Leg by signal there, and once again, the scorecard still says it's the end of the over. Umpire Owen Brown does not think so. In fact, he's signaling leg by. No signal back from the scorer. But let's see what his opinion is as to what the number of balls that are left in the over. So a lot of confusion at the moment. The scorecard says it's the end of the over. Umpire Owen Brown doesn't think so. And a bit of a delay while they get that sorted out. Played away into the offside. Quick single. Good piece of running, and they eventually complete that. So there was 3 wides. That's what we missed. 3 wides that we thought were actual runs off the bat. But that does mean that it is now the end of the over. At the end of the over, the score after 7 is 45 for 2. Here's the wickets that have fallen so far. That was a big one. That's the end of Nikardoshi. And then this next wicket slashing away by the batter, number 2 on the side, Driti Chamakura. So 2 big wickets have been received. But you do still have the captain at the crease, the leading batter, Adir Rawat. And so you will see whether or not she can have her team pulling them toward a target that is now starting to be a little bit tricky. Even though you got 11 runs from that last over, 45 runs for 205 is what you need from the last 7 to 8. So going into over number 9 now, make that over number 8. And this is going to be another over bowled by Inaya Hyder. To me, she bowled a really good over, left arm over the wicket. And as soon as I say that, I am the king of jinxing. I jinx her. She fires one down the leg side for wide. This partnership is an important one. It has to be because Meghna Baisia, who is the 6th leading batter on the side, didn't come in with a lot of runs, but does have the ability to stay with her captain. And the captain herself coming in with almost 100 more runs than Meghna Baisia is going to want to grab the ball by the horns. Struck firmly down the ground. This should be just a single though. Good looking shot by Meghna Baisia. And over to you, Adiro Watt. You know what needs to be done. You know that that required rate is hovering around 8. You know that your team is only scoring 6.5 and over. So the idea is to now put yourself in a position where even though the field is spread and you sort of have a more defensive field, have to look for ways to be able to score runs here. In the air, that will clear the infield. A runaway toward the boundary. Won't get there. They'll get a couple of runs. Get that good strong throw. That is a beautiful throw coming from the deep. And that's a couple more runs. And that's put you in a good position here. As of right now, 101 runs needed from 76 balls. It is within range of what is comfortable. What I mean by that, as of this stage, it would be difficult to chase, say, 9, 10 runs and over. It's still within range. Less than 8 and over is what you need. Less than 8 and over as compared to your current scoring rate of 6.7 and over. So even though that's a dot, still keep it within that 8 runs and over target, and that gives you an opportunity to score. Look at this replay again on the ball. Left arm over the wicket. To me, very open-chested, very interesting looking delivery. Paddle around the corner. Boy, I'll tell you what, she may have just gotten away with that because there's a fielder deep backward square. If that is to either side of that fielder by 5 yards, that's a boundary. So she gets away with a bit of a loose delivery by finding that ball, find the fielder at deep backward square. So you saw what the first wicket that she got was to a ball that was full outside the line of off stump. So that's more the line that you should be bowling at. Now going around the wicket, tacked around the corner. To me, bowling around the wicket isn't quite as effective. You have that ring of circle, or the ring of fielders inside the circle. I think you take advantage of that ring of fielders by going across the batter, slanting it across from that angle over the wicket. One ball remaining here in over number 8. Inaya Hyder. Now ball going over the wicket to Adirawat. Interesting. This is going to be scooped away down the hill and run away. Oh, good piece of fielding down there. Just a single. Very, very well done. And that just gives you a single. A single that gets you 7 runs from the over. By the way, we didn't acknowledge it when it came up. 50 came up in this over. 52 for 2. They need another 98 in the next 72 balls. Couple of highlights there. See where each of these teams has gotten. I really loved that shot that you saw earlier, just clipped off the legs. That's the one there that got the wicket. That's the angle that I'm talking about. And this is an interesting question. Ganush in Atlanta. In a final with 2 set batters at the crease, would you advise your batter to go down swinging or retire? Ganush, I'm going to guess that you sent this several hours or several minutes ago in the first innings when I was not watching. So my apologies for having missed the question when it was sent, and I'm again assuming you sent this some time ago. I would have wanted to go down swinging. I would not have retired. It would have taken an act of Congress to get me away from the wicket. Either dismiss me or I'm going down swinging. So I thought it was an interesting choice that that retirement happened. But back to this pair at the wicket. I don't know that they're exactly at the point where they need to go down swinging just yet, but I think they absolutely need to start generating a sense of urgency. This is going to be in Amikta Suhasini Prakash, who's bowling her second. Oh, in fact, no, it's a captain, Lasya Bandaru. And the captain herself is the best and the leading bowler in the side. In my mind, the key, without putting too much pressure on her, the key to this entire innings is what Lasya Bandara is able to do with her innings, or with her spell, I should say. So let's see what happens here. Tossed up, sliced away, and that's through the gap. That's going to run away for 4. So Lasya Bandara will want that ball to be much straighter than that. A lot of width given. Look at this. Tossed up very far outside the line of off stump, maybe 6 inches inside of the wide line, and that is easily put away for 4. Can't make that mistake, and you're going to have to some way get the ball in the right areas. I don't mind the length, but that line has to be much, much straighter than that last ball was. So let's see what her comeback delivery is here. There's a long on, there's a long off, there is a deep, almost cow corner. Then there's a sweeper on the offside. Stroked down the ground for a single. That's much better. That's where you want them to be playing. And to whatever extent possible, it is much, much more acceptable for the shots to be going down the ground from a spinner. Particularly because if you just keep that length just short of driving length, you're much better off getting the ball in that area for me. So 6 runs already from her first over here, Lasya Bandaru. Flatter, quicker, good change of pace, keeps the batter off, out of her rhythm, if you will. And just 1 ball now coming up in over number 9. This job is getting more and more difficult, but again, without putting all the pressure on the captain, Lasya Bandaru, I think her overs will have a tremendous impact on what happens the rest of the way. Oh, tries a scoop shot. I don't know that it went exactly where she wanted it to go, but she gets a single. And that single puts you, even with the loose delivery, only 7 runs scored in that over. So 7 runs from over number 9. You are within 66 balls remaining of the end of this match. 91 runs needed for the DC Titans. And just to finish up on that comment, Ganush, has it contributed to about 20 short of where they should have ended up with? I 100% agree with you. I would have wanted to go down swinging. I would have wanted to swing for the fences. I would have shifted into 5th gear. I would have broken up the reverse sweep, the dill scoop, the switch hit, everything possible to get some additional runs on the table. I think the platform was set in such a way, if I remember correctly, at the end of 12 overs, the score was 92. Well, at 92, usually they say double the score after 12 overs to get to what the total score would be. Doubling the score after 92 gets you to 184. So for me, something along those lines would have been more than appropriate. And so they didn't get quite that far. That's all water under the bridge at this stage, though, because now there's a different plan of attack. The plan of attack is get this partnership broken. The partnership is now worth 26. And by the way, this is Mahati into the attack. Mahati Sarvana Prasath, my apologies. Over number 10 is on the way. Starts with a dot. Couple of dots. And these dots, especially at this stage of the innings, always build pressure. So let's see what happens the rest of the way here. 2 dots to start. Over number 10, still 91 runs adrift. The pressure definitely starting to build on this batting pair. Oh, didn't go anywhere near where she wanted to play that one, Adirawat. But she does get a single off the inside edge of the bat. Inside edge puts you now to within 60 runs. In fact, you have 60 runs, so puts you within 90 of your target. 90 needed in the next 63 balls. Required to rate 8.57. Floated up there. A dot. A precious dot. So the last 2 balls is what you have here in over number 10. And this is now going to be really very, very tricky, because from here, that required rate sneaking upwards. 8.7 is where it is now. Floated up there. That is going to be played down the ground. Should just be 1. Good aggressive fielding from in the deep keeps the damage to 1. So just 2 runs from the over so far. And this is the last ball. Do you try something unconventional here? Because the pressure is absolutely starting to build. Partnership now worth 28. Here's the last ball of over number 10. In the air, this is catchable. And it is taken. How big a wicket is that? That is the end of the captain. Adia Rawat goes 15 from 23. 61 for 3. That is an absolute body blow. And take a look at this. This is something that will absolutely smart if you are the DC Titans. Lofted in the air off the outside edge. And a very simple catch taken in the covers. That is a big one. Halfway through the innings, 3 wickets down, 61 for 10. And that is the end of the captain, Adi Rawat. 89 needed from the last 10. We'll be right back. So the last 10 overs coming up. Mahati Saravana Prasad has bowled an over, taking a wicket on the last ball up that over. And here we see on that replay again, tossed up and it's sliced off the outside edge and a simple catch taken in the covers. That is a big wicket, a huge one in the context of this game because it got rid of the leading batter in the side. So Lassie Bandaru back into the attack to start over number 11. Not to put too much pressure on the young captain, but as I said a couple of times already, I think how her overs go will very much dictate the outcome of this match. You expect for her to be the type of bowler that she ordinarily is. And what she is a brilliant bowler. 2 for 13 is her best figures for this tournament. 5 wickets, economy rate of less than 4, which is incredible for a spinner. Average of 9.2, and those figures to me are potential match winning figures if she's able to duplicate them here. Oh, what a catch that is! Absolutely stunning. Struck away to the left of the fielder in the covers, full stretch, diving and taking it. Just an absolutely match-winning kind of catch. Wicket number 4 goes down, 62 for 4. I want to see that one again because that's the type of catch that wins championships. Floated up there, struck hard, but look at that effort, diving from the left or to her left, and that is so absolutely brilliant. Look at the celebration. You cannot hope to see a better catch than that under most circumstances, and then certainly in a final, that to me is something that will absolutely help you lift the trophy at the end of the day. 62 for 4. Oh my goodness, that absolutely is something that you'll be thrilled with, because at this stage you take a wicket, that catch again is just such a good, absolutely brilliant catch. And the diving away to her left, the ball was dying on her the entirety of the way too. Catch taken by Akshara Anand, and that in many ways is again a match-winning type of a catch. So, new batter is in. Oh my goodness, that makes such a difference. Anytime you can pull off catches like that, it helps your team tremendously. It buoys the spirits of everybody on the field. And from where you are now, that makes just all the difference in the world. So wickets have fallen at 61 and 62. That has certainly pegged back the winning or the momentum for the DC Titans. Required rate now going up, upwards of 9.5. This will help. Clipped around the corner. They'll look for a second run here and they'll get it easily. But my goodness, that catch is something that you'll want to talk about over and over again, because that's the type of catch that again wins matches. Sounds very much like a cliche, catches win matches, but it's not just a cliche, it's absolutely true. And look at exactly where you end up here. The last ball coming up here in over number 5, Lassia Bandaru taking a wicket in this, her second over. Started out relatively loosely, I thought. In over number 9, conceded 7 runs, but my goodness, comes back with a bang here. That puts you in a much better position. A single to close things out in over number 11. But that does mean that you've taken a wicket, just 4 runs in the over. And the end of over 11, the score is 65 for 4. 65 for 4. Momentum has swung tremendously back in favor of the Texas Legends. DC Titans are now looking up at a much steeper climb. Having to do it here with Anahita Mohan and Meghna Baisya. Anahita Mohan 3 from 3, Meghna Baisya 15 from 12. This is now Mahiti Saravana Prasath bowling her second over, the 12th of the innings. Starts out with a dot, and this is absolutely the stage of the innings where dot balls build that much more pressure. Required rate now approaching 10. It's 9.6. Played into the offside. No run there. That is, I believe, the captain herself, Lasya Bandaru. Couple of dots to start the innings. Or to start the over, I should say. Three dots. Pressure starting to build. That dot puts the required rate exactly at 10. 85 runs needed from 52 balls. And that pressure continuing to build. Floated up there in the air, landing short of the fielder in the covers, but it doesn't matter. Yet another dot. That puts you in a really tricky position now, because each of these overs with a limited number of runs is making the required rate go up exponentially. 65 on the board, 85 needed. Floated up there. This is going to be a catch. Oh, she eventually takes it. She bobbles it. Not the cleanest of catches, but I don't think she'll mind very much. Fifth wicket is down. 65 for 5. Simple catch that was built by pressure. All done because of pressure. A lot of dot balls. Those dot balls start building up. And that is the result. Floated up there, asking the question. She could have left that alone. Had that been left alone, that would have been a wide. Bobbled by the fielder in the covers, but ultimately taken on the second attempt. And that is another body blow. That is the end of Anahita Mohan. Meghna Baisya is still there, 15 from 12. The new batter coming in is Sanvi Tanguturi. But boy, this is starting to feel like only one team will get a sniff of that coveted trophy for the 5th edition of the Women's Houston Open 2026. So Sanvi Tanguturi coming to the crease. 65 runs on the board, 85 remaining. And I've been saying that this entire over. So no runs off the bat. In fact, no runs of any kind in this over so far. Last ball coming up here in the over. And settling in for the fight is Sanvi Tanguturi. Here is that last ball. Swipe and a miss. It is a wicket maiden. A wicket maiden that absolutely puts the DC Titans behind the 8 ball. Texas Legends well and truly in front in this game. End of over number 12, 65 for 5. So 65 for 5, 13 over, or 13th over is about to start. 12 overs bowled, 8 remaining. And in 8 overs, the DC Titans need 85 runs. Texas Legends have wrested control of this game. Played away into the offside. Should just be a single here. It's now going to be a new bowler. It's going to be Dia Lakshmikant. Bowling from the highway end, the southern end of the ground here in Prairie View. Inducing a single. Singles will not in any way bother the Texas Legends because the required rate is now approaching 11. So you're almost at the point where you're starting to look for 2 runs off of every ball. 84 needed in the next 47 balls. Played into the offside, coming back for a quick, or coming in for a quick single. Not the cleanest of pickups in the outfield, so we'll get 2 singles from the first 2 balls. First 2 balls induced 2 singles. I said you don't think, or I don't think singles will bother the Texas Legends very much, but I think they still will want to restrict the scoring. That's another single, and when I say that, I mean that you saw, in fact, it went all the way for 4. My apologies, I didn't realize that was struck so well. Went all the way for 4 through the offside, so certainly that would be a concern. And after the placement of that shot, looking at that replay, that was the important part of it, just getting it out of the reach of the fielder and the covers. So what I was saying is, you see how the 12th over the innings went. 4 straight dots built all kinds of pressure, and then that 5th dot is what took the wicket. Down the ground, landing short of long off. So one of the more productive overs that you've had in a while. 7 runs coming from it already, with 2 balls remaining. 2 balls remaining, and so from this standpoint, you're looking to see whether or not, if you're the DC Titans, you can have Sanvi Tangaturi start to join Meghna Baisia in the ability to score runs. Played into the offside, no run. Oh, look at this, coming back for a quick single, or looking to get for a quick single, not really able to get anything on it. She might consider herself lucky to have just gotten behind the ropes, or the crease, I should say, my apologies. Look at this replay here, and I will tell you, that replay there tells the story. Once again, the umpires have one look at it in real time. Don't have the ability to look at 2 or 3 replays, but I think it's clear on that replay she was just short of her crease. Swipe and a miss. Doesn't get anything on it, but it gets away from the keeper. I think this is going to, coming back for the second run here. And they get 2 byes. Not the cleanest of keeping, has to be said, but I don't think that they will care very much how they get these runs. The DC Titans, 2 byes to close out over number 13. 9 runs coming from it, but believe it or not, the required rate after a 9-run over actually goes up. 10.86 runs and over, you need the rest of the way. 74 for 5. Starting over number 14, first ball of over 14, being bowled here by Aishika Triathanagandla. Dot on the second ball after a single from the first. So your opportunities to score are starting to run out. So a single and a dot to start over number 14. And as of now, with the last 4 balls coming up here over 14 that required a rate above 11, 11.25. In fact, 3 deliveries have been bowled. Dot from the second and the third balls, and then a single here on the 4th puts you in the position where you've just gotten past the halfway stage of the chase. 76 runs on the board, 74 needed, and only 2 balls remaining here over number 14. And the Stark equation, as this is played into the deep, good stop on the boundary. The Stark equation is this: you need 73 in 37. Your scoring rate is almost 2 runs off of every ball. As you've gotten close to the end of over number 14, and let's see how you can maneuver your way through. Quicker ball here. Diving attempt at short mid wicket, not able to get anything on it, but that throw coming in from the boundary ensures that you're limited to just 1 run. So 4 runs coming from her first over, Ashika Chiratanagandla. And you are now exactly at the rate where you need 2 runs off of every ball. It gets more and more difficult here for the DC Titans. The score after 14 is 78 for 5. So 74 for 5. Last 6 coming up. Dia. Lakshmikant back into the attack. Slow delivery. Played in the air, in the gap between mid-wicket and square leg. They'll get a single. And each single obviously makes your job that much harder. It is now at the point, as I mentioned in the last over, where you need more than 2 runs off of every ball. So by definition and by calculation, each single makes it more and more difficult for you. Your required rate continues to climb after each single, certainly after each dot. Skied, this is going to land short of the fielder in the deep. Oh, the spin almost takes it away from her, but she does well to keep it from going past her to the rope. So a couple of singles to start over number 15. Partnership now worth 15. They need a whole lot more than what they have now. 80 for 5, another 70 in the next 34 balls. Ooh, goes between the batter and the stumps. That's a good piece of keeping too. Sometimes from that position you're slightly blinded and the ball can sneak through, but that's a good piece of keeping by Arna Kalapala. Worked into the leg side. Quick single. And taken. So here we see with the dot and then a single, we've gotten to the point now in the innings where you're just about going through the final, I don't want to say the final rights, but it is going to be very difficult for you to get anything positive from here. Played past the bowler herself. Down to long off for yet another single. Singles will not in any way bother you, especially now that you're chasing, or it won't bother the Texas Legends, I should say, especially since now the DC Titans need over 13 and over to win. Just 4 runs coming from over number 15 so far. The last 31 balls coming up, 68 runs needed. And it's looking more and more desperate for the DC Titans. Very full, played away into the leg side. This is going to be close to the boundary, but good work on the boundary to clean up. Good strong throw. That is the end of over number 15. 2 runs coming from that last ball, 6 runs coming from the over. End of over 15, 84 for 5. Over 16 starts with a wide. Ashika Chiratanagandla with her second over. Starting with a wide, going down the leg side, so you don't want to do that. You want to clean up those little errors. Quicker delivery. Pulled into the deep. There is a fielder out there. So the DC Titans came in very heavily reputed. Only lost one match in the tournament thus far. But they came up against a side that has yet to lose a match. And unless there is a dramatic change in fortunes, the DC Titans will likely finish second on the day. Having said that, anything can happen. You want to see what happens here. Back to the bowler herself, no run. Let's see exactly what you can get done here. Tossed up very, very wide. Oh, I missed it. I am so sorry. It was the simplest of return catches. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is very symptomatic of what has happened the last several overs. This game is very predictably going toward what should be, you would think, a pretty emphatic victory for the Texas Legends. 3 deliveries into over number 16 brings the 6th wicket. And after having lost 6 wickets, it's just, as they say, all over but the shouting. And where you are now, 6 down, 86 for 6, just 4 remaining. The batter taking her place at the crease, 3 wickets to go here in the final. And so here we are, all the way to the last 25 balls in the innings, played into the leg side. That's not going to be anything of any concern. That is the end of over number 16, a wicket and just 4 runs. And the Texas Legends continue their stranglehold over the proceedings. End of over number 16, score is 88 for 6. So 88 for 6 is your score. Last 4 overs coming up, 62 runs needed. So we may be at the point where it's pointless to continue to suggest what the required rate is, because with each over it continues to climb and climb. And 15 going on 16 runs and over from here will be challenging. Under most circumstances, that's the case. Doing it with only 4 wickets in hand makes it that less likely. Played into the offside here. It's going to be a dot that starts over number 17. This is being bowled here by Advika Ganapathy. And Advika Ganapathy would know that under the circumstances, all she needs to do is just get it in the right areas. And even if you concede singles, there are worse things that can happen at this stage. So going into the 17th over here, Advika Ganapathy, this is the first over that she's bowling in this match. A lot of bowlers being used here. 9 bowlers used in all. Down the ground, that's well hit, but a couple of bounces down to long on. And they'll just settle for 1. And there is certainly an air of inevitability about the proceedings now, as the overall situation is looking more and more dire for the DC Titans. Texas Legends have wrested control of this match a very long time ago, and they don't look like in any way giving it up. Appeal for leg before. Umpire Owen Brown with a little bit of a look. Shy is a direct hit. Look at that piece of work. A direct hit, and it is a dismissal at the non-striker's end. And that just sort of tells you how today has gone. Look at this. Yeah, that ball going down the leg side for me. And then look at this piece of work here. Shy from the corner of your screen, and that is a direct hit. That is the end of Meghna Baisya. And wicket number 7 is down. Oh, that is a good piece of work. Can't exactly pick up who that fielder was, but that's a direct hit. And that is wicket number 7. Wicket number 7 falls with the score in 89, which means that the last several partnerships have been relatively ordinary. Partnerships specifically from 1 to 7 have been 6, 27, 28, 1, 3, 21, and 3. So a couple of good partnerships of note for the second wicket, 27, 28 for the third. But then the 4th and 5th were backbreakers, 1 and 3. A little bit of a fight back for the 6th with 21, but then the 7th wicket partnership has just been broken. 3 runs is all it put on. And once again, it's just a matter of what the final margin of victory is going to be now, because they are collapsing like 10 pins. So Aradia Kaushal is at the crease, joining Arna or Akshara Patibandla. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Oh, that just missed the helmet. Missed by the keeper, and there's by signal by umpire Owen Brown, but that came perilously close to hitting the helmet. Had that hit the helmet, you would have had 5 penalty runs in addition to the bye that they just ran. So let's see exactly. I don't know if we have the time to go back and see a replay of that, but that came perilously close to hitting the stumps or to hitting the helmet. Played into the offside. They go for a quick single. A direct hit. You have got to be kidding. Yet another one. Boy, they are on their game today here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, field number 1. The Texas Legends are showcasing all of their skills. Yet another run out. Look at this. Played into the offside. Clean pickup. Fires. And a direct hit from that angle. She had maybe a stump and a half to aim at and hit directly. That is absolutely high skill. And that is wicket number 8. 90 for 8. And once again, it's just a matter of what the final margin of victory is going to be. 1 ball remaining here in over number 17. And the DC Titans are all just down and out. Take a look at this direct hit again. Oh, look at this. Couple of run-outs the last couple of times. This one here, to me, is the more impressive. There's a quick pickup, firing from about 25 yards away and hitting from a 45-degree angle. So she has maybe a stump and a half to aim at and somehow manages to hit directly. And so the last ball coming up here in over number 17. That is going to be a wide signal by umpire Owen Brown. And trying to see if we can get another look at that the ball almost hitting the helmet. If we have the chance to go back and look at that, we'll take a look, because for those who are not aware, that helmet that is on the ground, if it is hit in any way, that becomes a penalty run, or 5 penalty runs. Last ball, played down the ground. It should just be a single here. Or should it be? Because you've had a few runouts. They do end up with a single. Okay, let's take a look at this again. Here is the ball almost hitting the helmet. Goes past, through the keeper's legs, and how close does this come to hitting the helmet? Oh, you have got to be kidding. 3 inches would be my estimate. At the most, had that hit the helmet, then it would have been 5 penalty runs. In the context of this game, it doesn't mean a whole lot. I don't think that you see 5 runs making a difference one way or the other in this game. But it's something that the fielding side does not ever like to have happen. So 3 runs coming from that open. By the way, excellent camera work. And before this game is finished, because in theory we're just 2 deliveries away from this game being finished, have to say the production quality from Hassan and the rest of the crew at Stream Arto is absolutely without peer, because it is absolutely an important element of the game that we're able to get the replays that we have, we get the graphics that we have, all of the camera work, all of that is such an important part. So absolutely thank you to Hassan and the rest of the team for everything that they've done here in this tournament. Getting back to the action on the field, so Hasini Prakash is continuing. She bowled 1 over, went for 10 runs. Here now bowling over number 18, conceding a single from the first ball, but not a lot of, let's call it, intrigue left in this one. Played in the air, they'll get a single down to long on, make that long off. That is Tara Arvind Kumar, who is fielding down here at the boundary at long off. And let's see here, let's take a look at this again. That's the run out, or this is the run out again. The first of the run outs, direct hit there. And then the second one, this to me is the more impressive. Look how where she picks this up from, maybe 20 yards, and fires, hits directly. That is, I say 45 degrees. It was probably more about 25 degrees, which means she maybe had a stump and a quarter to aim at. Just really brilliant work. And a couple of deliveries, a couple of runs in this over already to go with a wide, make that 3 runs off the bat and a wide from the over so far. And so last 3 balls coming up, really just the last 15 coming up in the innings, and a small matter of 55 more runs for the DC Titans. Haven't generated much in the way of runs recently, and you'd need to be able to be hitting the ground hard at this stage to be able to get anything resembling a challenging target. And all of a sudden the batters are farming the strike, turning down singles. That I don't understand, but doesn't really matter much at this stage. Required rate, this is the last time I've mentioned it. The required rate is up to 24, so you need essentially 4 off every ball the rest of the way to win this match. Swipe and a miss, and not making any contact, just 1 ball remaining. And administering the last rights here. 96 runs on the board. Looking to see how this can be closed out. Yet another dot. And that is the end of over number 18. The last 12 balls coming up. For what it's worth, 54 runs adrift. DC Titans are going to go down in a heap here. The Texas Legends well and truly on top, 96 for 8. Okay, last 2 overs. First delivery up those last 2 overs is a dot. Being bowled here by Advika Ganapathy. In the air, down to long off for a single. And so we're administering the last rites here. The intrigue is gone from this match. Is it possible for the DC Titans to win? Yes, anything is possible. As long as you have a required rate that is less than 36, it can happen, in theory. It is about as likely for it to start snowing right here in Prairie View in the next 5 minutes. But that's a wide, in fact, it's a good delivery outside the line of off stump. So you're now down to the last couple of, in fact, the last 9 balls of the innings coming up. Next delivery. In the air, who wants it? The bowler herself takes it. Advika Ganapathy gets her first wicket. Wicket number 9 is down, simple as you like. And only one delivery, one good delivery separating the Texas Legends from an emphatic victory. Here's a wicket again, lofted in the air, simple as you like. Any cricketer worth their salt can take that catch. And that is the end of the day with the bat. The batter dismissed there was Tanushree Vishal. And the last pair at the crease now, Niksha Ramineni is joining Akshara Patibandla at the crease. And again, it's just a matter of what the final margin of victory is going to be. The Texas Legends will be the champions of the 5th edition of the Women's Houston Open 2026. Very dominant performance from the very start. Thought that they left a few runs on the table. I thought they would have gotten somewhere around 175. Ended up not getting that far, but they didn't need anything near that number of runs in order to dominate this match as we are right now. One delivery really away from this match being finished. Technically a maximum of 8 deliveries left. Played away into the offside, no run. And so for our purposes, I think it's fair to say that this is as dominant a performance as you would have seen for any team in any tournament of this length or this duration. Have gone through the entirety of the tournament without having lost a single game. And most of their victories were very convincing. Back to the bowler, almost finished. Should have been a cotton ball. And then a direct hit. What happened here? Dismissed. I believe it is a dismissal. Yet another run out. That is the end of the game. That is the end of the tournament. The Texas Legends take a victory. Look at this again. Played, could have been a cotton ball there, but here, direct hit on the arm throw. And umpire Owen Brown raises the finger. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end. Oh my goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go really very quickly through the scorecard the way that we see it here on the screen shortly, because it was a very dominant performance. DC Titans, Nikardoshi, once she was dismissed in the first over, the writing was on the wall. Driti Chamakura, 18 from 20. Aderawat, 15 from 23. And Meghna Baishia, 26 from 22. But those are the only batters in double figures. Single digits the rest of the way. Extras, 16. And an all-out 98. So DC Titans losing by a fairly large margin, the margin of 51 runs. The bowlers, I thought, were all excellent. Look at those figures. Akshara Anand maybe a little expensive by comparison to the other bowlers. 1 for 21. Also, Suhasini Prakash, none for 14. But all the other economy rates, 6 or less. And look at all the way fourth from the bottom, Mahiti, with an economy rate of 1. Absolutely brilliant. That is your summary. Texas Legends. And you will see the highlights coming on your screen for a second. In the meantime, follow us for the closing ceremony coming up shortly. But in the meantime, enjoy these highlights. See you soon.
Got to figure out the mic. So, you want to check it? Check. Mic 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2, 3. And who will be here having stuff like?
Subrata! Hey, please! I need all of you here. Come, अभी के लिए तो साइड पे रखो
Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Can you tell all of them to connect you? We need to rush everybody. Come on, Ria, let's come here.
All players, please assemble on either side of that live streaming camera. On either side of the live streaming camera. Players. Can we have all the players line up on each side of the live streaming camera? Stay within your team. Are you getting any live feed?
Live feed is there, but audio I'm confirming. Hold on.
Yeah.
Just like over to the
I cannot have you. Come here. I'm driving. I know. Come here. And the champion is Brian Walters. Can we have all the teams assembled here for the award ceremony? Have fun.
We built this plane while we're flying it.
Brian, was that your notes or her notes?
She wrote them for me.
That
And
looks like an Old Testament.
yeah, that's fine.
Brian, you want to stand there? I just want to check the light.
You may leave that.
Who's handling the... Where is the... Chandu? Alright, right. Chandu, see if you can come down. Can you come down? Come down. No, put your hand...
I prefer which one was his name? Careful, please. All right. Mic check. Oh. Audio check, mic check. You hear me?
Live stream should see that. Lift it completely. Yeah.
So I'm going to give you the signal.
See.
Listen, I tell you just
Good afternoon, everybody. Can we get your attention over here? Whenever you ladies are ready, we can get going. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome to the post-match ceremony, really the post-tournament ceremony for the 5th edition of the Houston Women's Open 2026. I think it goes without saying that when those of us who are planning to come down for the weekend looked at the forecast, I know I sent several panic text messages. The fact that we've had 3 perfect days of cricket with not a single ball lost to the weather is something I think to be thankful for. In addition to that, those of you who know how difficult it is to run a cricket tournament will know that the conditions of the fields, of the pitch, of everything around you is such an important part. So I want, before anything else, for everybody to give significant thanks to the ground staff here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. And to go along with that, each of these matches that is played has to be officiated in such a way that enforces the rules, but that also upholds the spirit of cricket. So help me to give thanks to all of the umpires. And so the final thing I want to say before we move to some awards. Most of us here in this facility either grew up with cricket or grew up watching cricket and know everything about the sport. There are 2 people standing here who I want to recognize that probably 5 years ago, if you said cricket to them, they would think an insect, they would think a cell phone company, they would think anything other than the 2nd most popular sport in the world. The 2 people who are standing right over here, I want for you all to recognize each of them. The first is the media director for the city of Prairie View, Ms. Tamara Poole. The second is the mayor of the city of Prairie View, Mr. Ron Leverett. I want you all to realize that it takes a lot for those of us in the cricket community to build a bridge to the larger non-cricket community. The city of Prairie View has opened its arms to those of us in the cricket community. For that, we say thank you to both of you. Thank you very much. So first, let's get into some awards. One of these awards is left over from a previous day. I'm going to invite forward the presenter, the owner of the Texas Legends, Mr. Srinivas Chiraku.
Thank you.
And this award, or this series of awards really, actually it's just one, Impact Player in the match yesterday between the Blazers and Dream Cricket, Sidia Arekapudi. Oh no, what's wrong? Okay, slow down, wait, I don't want you to get hurt.
Yeah,
wait.
yeah. I'll come. Live streaming.
He's giving many more.
Slowly.
He's giving the rest of it, yeah.
Okay.
These.
Gotcha. Okay, we're on to the 10th of May. First match today, the MSCA versus Blazers match. First fielder of the match, Arya Priyanshi. You're not limping, are you? Okay, if you're not limping, hurry up and walk. You're a young lady. Come on. Fantastic. And the next is going to be the impact player of the match, Amrita Rava. Is she not here? Does somebody want to accept on her behalf?
Go, come.
Sprint, there you go. Excellent.
Awesome, Amrita.
And then finally, for the player of the match in that match, it is going to be Tia Chowdhury.
Did we get it wrong?
Well,
No. Yes, correct. That's correct. Tia Chaudhary.
yeah, right. So then,
Yeah.
Chiraku.
Chiraku, he's the same guy.
Okay, so the next match, Texas Legends. Okay, thank you very much, sir. By the way, if you all can't tell, we are building this plane while we're flying it, just so you can know, just so you know. The next presenter I'm going to ask to come forward, it is going to be Coach Srikanth is gone, yes? So it's going to be
Srikanth is here.
Coach Srikanth is here. Coach Srikanth, please come on up. Thank you very much for being here. So the next match is going to be Texas Legends versus the Southern Strikers. Fielder of the match, Danvitan Nagaraju. Not here. Somebody come accept. Look, all of you young ladies who are coming up for an award, I want to see you sprinting up here. You're too young to be walking. Unless you have an injury, I need to see you sprinting. I want to see the world record for the 30-yard dash every time. Impact player of the match. Here's the first test of my rule. Yanshaditi Teki. Worst sprint ever.
Oh, I was supposed to.
Yes.
Wait, I was not listening.
There you go. And for the Texas Legends versus Southern Strikers, player of the match, Lassia Bandaru. There it is. There it is. Okay, so this next one is here.
The mystery shot, right?
So the friends.
This guy has disappeared. right?
Here we do this one, all right.
Did you not do this?
I haven't done this.
Okay, yeah. Did you finish all that?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't? Okay. Oh, now you tell me.
Yes, just
Okay. So we go to the next match, DC Titans versus the Dream Cricket Dragons. And I'm going to ask Mr. Manju, the owner of the Texas Legends, to come forward. Okay. In fairness, I just said we're building the plane while we're flying it.
I got you. That's
Thank
okay.
you.
Give it.
Miss Manju, thank you very much. Dream Cricket Dragons versus DC Titans. Field of the match, Vida Kudumula. Excellent. Well done, Vida. Impact player of the match, Ashini Karthikeyan. Who wants to sprint in her behalf? Thank you. I love it. Ooh, yeah, thank you. And finally, the player of the match, DC Titans versus Dream Cricket Dragons, Sahitya Magula. Also had to leave. Look at Nick Ardoshi sprint across the field. Thank you so much. And so for the next award, as I'm losing my voice, I'm going to ask Sri Magula to come forward. Not here. Vishal, come on up. Thank you very much. From Dream Cricket, yes?
No, from
DC Titans. Aren't they the same? No, I'm just joking. So this game is between this is the 5th position game, Southern Strikers versus the Blazers. Fielder.
No, I missed that. Yeah, this is the field.
Fielder of the match, Yashaditi Teki. There is the sprint I was looking for the first time. Impact player of the match, Ananya Kulkarni. Look, for those of you who are not sprinting, you're going to run laps around this field afterward, just so you know. And then the player of the match, Aradhya Vashishta. Worst sprint ever. Oh, are you injured? Okay, that's you. Okay, you're excused. This is Krishna.
So this is gone, right? He's gone.
Okay, he's gone.
So this is where we got to fill in.
Okay, good.
We got to fill in with someone.
Okay. I'm going to ask. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. He's already giving one.
Okay.
Tammy.
I'm going to break protocol and invite the mayor of Prairie View forward, Mr. Ron Leverett. Sprint! There you go. Actually, before, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, come on this side over here. Before I have you give your award, those of you or those people who are watching, take about 20 to 30 seconds and say a few words about why it makes sense to come to Prairie View to watch cricket.
First of all, let me welcome everybody here, and thanks for coming. I really appreciate being able to be here this afternoon to participate in this ceremony. I've done it before. I'll do it again anytime you call me. One of the things that we're glad that you're here. We're glad to know that, to announce to the world that this is one of the greatest events that's in the city of Prairie View, in the country, right here in the city of Prairie View, right on the freeway, and we're looking forward to you growing faster, bigger, and having many, many exciting activities out here in the future. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in your activity.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for your very kind words. And I'm going to ask you to hand out a couple of trophies here for the third position game.
No.
What? This is right?
Yeah, this is good. Yeah. There's right. Yeah.
Third position game. Fielder of the match, Kushi Kadam. There's the sprint we're looking for. Fantastic. The next award for the impact player of the match, Hashini Karthikeyan. She's gone. Who is going to sprint in her honor? Aparna Gurumurthy. And finally, for the player of the match, Aparna Gurumurthy. Come on up. There it is. Well done. Here.
Yeah, you have a owner of.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, sir. We'll see you again shortly. Mayor Ron Leverett, everybody. And so for these awards, we're going to have what has been voted on as the spirit of each team. And for those awards, I'm going to ask Miss Yamini Joshi with GPC Controls to come forward. For each team, I will say the name, you come on up and accept a token of appreciation. For the DC Titans, Arna
Lakshman Prabhu.
Arna Lakshman Prabhu. Arna, you're literally the youngest one out here. Come on.
I'm Tanu, but like.
Okay, gotcha. Congratulations. For the Southern Strikers, Danvita Nagaraju. Are you injured? All right. Slow down there. You can slow down. Okay. Oh, that made you come up.
This one's gone too.
Yeah, she's gone.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So we just announce it.
Okay.
I'll give her the.
Okay, gotcha. For the Texas Legends Tournament Awards, Suhasini Prakash. And for the Blazers, Banana Thagiri. Happy Panda. And then, okay, go.
Yeah, but Sarvi Madan is there. I'll give her the.
Yeah, that's fine. For Dream Cricket, Happy Pandya. There it is. And the final award, this person is actually not here, but we're going to recognize her anyway. Well, MSC Hurricanes, Sanvi Madan.
Just take it. Can someone from MSC?
Okay, so now, oh, nice. Oh, there it is. This is Neha.
Neha, say it. Yeah, Mangesh is back. Mangesh is not coming. Just say her name.
Okay, so now we get to the good stuff. Well, this is all good stuff, but I'm so. It's been a long week. My apologies. I've messed up twice now. I know if there's a third, I know I'm in trouble. All right. So now we get to the rest of the program. I'm going to ask Dr. Neha Sethi to come forward, and Mangesh apparently is not coming up, so you're going to have to take his place. And these awards are for the best in each category. The best batter with 164 runs from the Texas Legends, Rithvika Kari. The best bowler, 12 wickets. It's really hard to take 12 wickets in 3 days. For the MSCA, Kamakshi Senthil.
On behalf of all mothers, happy Mother's Day.
Oh, you know what? I am so sorry. In all of the back and forth and building the plane while flying it, I neglected to mention for all of you wonderful mothers who are here today, happy Mother's Day, all of you. My apologies. Thank you all, and thank you for saying that, KP. Really appreciate it.
KP wants to add one thing. KP wants to say that she wants to proudly she's the oldest player of this tournament.
Oldest in the tournament. So if the oldest player in this tournament can sprint up here in 2.5 seconds, you young ladies have best field. I know this person is going to sprint up here. 4 catches and 3 runs from the Southern Strikers, Yashadi Titeki. And for the best wicket keeper, 8 points. Don't ask me how those 8 points came around. I see it's a legitimate measurement. Branchie. So we're doing the finals first? I thought you wanted to do. Oh, we did everything else already, did we?
Yeah, we did everything else. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. And who's coming up for this? Okay. For the awards relating to the finals, I'm going to call forward 2 people who those of us in Houston or in Houston area and Prairie View know and have known for a very long time, Sushil and Pranoti Nadkarni. It's not often that you have a former USA cricket captain who is actually the second most important person standing up here. Okay, so he'll be mad at me later on, but you know, I had to get that in there. For the fielder of the finals between the Texas Legends and DC Titans, Akshara Anand. For the impact player of the finals, thought she had a really, really impactful, no pun intended, impact on the game. Meghna Baisya. She left. Somebody wants to come take her place. Again.
Congratulations to Meghna.
And the player of the finals, she contributed with both bat and ball, Lasya Bandaru. Actually, last year, do not go anywhere. 2 reasons. First, I don't know if my notes have it wrong, but it turns out the player of the series is Lassia Bandaru. Both give it to him.
Congratulations.
Lassia, take 20 seconds and give me your thoughts on the tournament.
I think it was a really great tournament. These grounds are really nice, and I really appreciate y'all letting us have it. I'm really proud of my team. We worked really well together, and we ended up on top.
Congratulations. Very well done. So, once again, congratulations to Lassia. Now the team that finished second on the day, I'm going to call them up. First, I'm going to ask Mr. Subroto Chowdhury to make himself known in this very general area and call forward the DC Titans. What? That's what you told me. Fine, come on up. Mr. Vishal, where are you? Beautiful.
Is that it? Does the 3 of you stand this?
Give this free and then I'll go.
Big hand of applause, everybody. And Mr. Vishal. Ladies, guys, they fought very hard, finished second on the day. They're an excellent team. DC Titans. Okay, before you ladies leave, wait, come here. Wait, before you leave, I'm gonna ask one of you. I might pick on you, Nisha. I just called you Nisha, my apologies, or Nika. 20 seconds, your reflections on this tournament and your team's performance.
This is my first time playing with DC, but I think they're a really talented batch, and I'm honestly really proud of all the girls because they all pulled through. We didn't end with the best result, but I think we took a lot from this tournament, and yeah.
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant to have you. Congratulations. So the DC Titans, everybody. And so now I'm going to call forward in preparation to recognize the champions, Miss Yvette Gangu. And in addition to Yvette Gangu, Miss Yvette Gangu, I'm going to again call forward the mayor of Prairie View, Mr. Ron Leverett. Come on up, sir. There's the sprint. There's the sprint we're looking for. And all of the members of the team that finished best on the day, best on the week, come on forward. The Texas Legends.
Form a line from there and then come one at a time. Yeah.
One at a time. Come on up. Yeah, in between, if you don't mind, stand in between both presenters. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I get 2?
No, just keep it for the next one.
Do I say the name?
In fact, yes, do exactly that, if you don't mind.
Trinity.
Trinity.
That's chill, huh?
Akshi. Ritvika. Arna. Dia. Mahati.
They told you your TV. You're not looking at your text.
Tara. Aishi. Inaya. Suhasini.
Yasu.
Coach Arvind. Yes, coach. And our manager, Chaitanya uncle. Yes,
Srinivas.
And Srinivas uncle. Texas. Manju auntie.
Yeah, auntie.
Before you give the trophy, let
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. A pleasure having you all up here. Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate your presence. Now, before we get to the end of this, I wanted to call forward a young lady. And I know this has been a wonderful weekend, but I don't think any of you have an appreciation for what goes on behind the scenes to pull off something like this. So I'm going to ask this young lady to come forward and say a few words. Ms. Mitali Chowdhury.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, everyone, each one of you from the bottom of my heart. I just want to say thank you. I'm really overwhelmed right now. A lot of planning goes behind the scenes, a lot of supporters. I'm so proud of Texas Legends. Give them a big round of applause again. Very proud of the DC Titans. Very proud of MSCA Hurricanes. Very proud of Dream Cricket Dragons. Proud of Southern Strikers and proud of Blazers. You know, you all came with a dream here, you all came with an expectations, and I hope we could meet to a certain extent. I hope these grounds were wonderful. I'm going to thank God Almighty for giving us a beautiful weather. Can you all give a round of applause for our... Thank you so much. Again, I would especially want to thank all our sponsors and help and support and friends and family. I don't want to name them. It's Mother's Day, so I'm going to say Happy Mother's Day, especially to my mother-in-law, who is back home sitting by herself on the Mother's Day. But at the same time, I'll say, you know, little things went in this. My mother-in-law also was very keen to help. You know, all those name tags you'll see on your backpack, she helped make them. She did a lot of work sitting in the house and whatever she could contribute to you girls. So thank you, Ma. And here I cannot forget these 3 people, or 4 people I should say, starting from Prakash Narayan from Austin, Texas, Suhasini's dad. One of the best volunteers I have seen in the last 2 to 3 years. Thanks, Prakash. My next volunteer is Praveen Yaramsetti from Dallas. That is Advaita's daddy. Prakash is Suhasini's daddy. And then we have Yamini Zoshi, my friend, owner of GPC Controls, is also my sponsor, but she came here and gave her time. A lot of volunteers came and helped me. I'm sorry I can't name everyone. And I cannot forget my better half, Mr. Subrata Banja Chaudhary. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to the franchise owners, and I think I have thanked Mangesh enough. I'm not going to thank him enough. So thank you, Brian, for having me here. I'm looking forward to the 6th edition, more surprises, and it'll get more competitive. All the world, it's been telecasted everywhere. They've seen it, seen the talent you have. You have no idea how many people, even the Australians from there, they came and said, your girls are really talented.
just made me go, yes, yeah, you're saying it. All of them, you're seeing the future of USA cricket. I don't know how many of them are going to go there. So thank you so much, all girls. Please work hard and continue to do what you are doing. Very, very proud of each one of you. And nobody is, here and nobody is here. You're all equal. Get to that, respect each other, be kind to each other. And I'm not going to take any more of your time. Thank you, Brian. And now we need to give away the trophy they're waiting for.
Thank you, Mithali. So, for the final time, let us all congratulate the team that has finished without a loss in this entire tournament, the Texas Legends.
And the coach, Arvind. Coach Arvind. Come on, guys, round of applause. Congratulations.
You can celebrate if you want to,
Legends on me, legends on three! 1, 2, 3, legends! BTOs for Texas Legends, live it! Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our post-tournament celebration. From my perspective as a former director of USA Cricket and now somebody who just loves watching cricket and talking about it, I thank all of you for being here, everything that you've done, everything that you continue to do, and thank you for lifting up the spirit in everything that you do, the spirit of cricket. Congratulations and have a good night.
Thank you. Thanks for commentating.
And I have a picture. Oh, sorry.
Oh, my apologies. Apparently, the question is, can all the mothers come forward so you can cut the cake? I'm assuming if you are